of Aerospace and Aeronautics and the 72nd Force Support Squadron.
Dan, Oklahoma is really at the cutting edge of STEM, and you can see it all on display here at the Tinker Air Show. And we're really enabling those skills in the next generation. In the interactive hangar dubbed STEM City, students in grades K through 12 can participate in a variety of hands-on activities like robotics, drone flying, flight simulation, building balsa wood planes, working with snap circuits, exploring wind tunnels, and so much more.
So much more.
Those STEM City activities are all free for families and a great place to get out of the sun with kiddos too. And I'm told that you can also meet Tink, the official mascot of Tinker Air Force Base.
We have a full day on the flight line starting here in about 15 minutes at 11 o'clock with the United States Air Force Wings of Blue parachute demo team. They will be jumping into Show Center with the American flag while the national anthem is played.
That was so cool yesterday. I'm excited to see that again. And of course, we hope that you'll come out and join us here at Tinker, but there's also a few ways that you can tune in and get a front row seat to all the action today, where of course, wherever you might be watching us right now, we're on the Tinker Air Force Base Facebook page, Defense Visual Information Distribution Service, as well, news9.com. We are all over the place.
We are. A huge shout out to my News 9 team and family. We are once again streaming on News 9. That is KWTV here in Oklahoma City. We are locally owned and operated. Also, our sister station, KOTV News on 6 in Tulsa, live streaming on their website as well.
You know, I was talking to some of our officials here at Tinker Air Force Base Public Affairs Office, and they were saying that between Facebook, News 9, and the Defense Visual Information Distribution Service, we were 200,000 plus viewers yesterday on the live stream. So Oklahoma going nationwide, going worldwide. I was looking at some of the comments yesterday on the live stream, and just fans of aviation and fans of Tinker Air Force Base just joining in from all over the world. So thank you all for watching out there.
Day 2 is upon us here at the show. The gates are open, and Team Tinker is proud and happy to have you on the installation as guests. There's an amazing group of airmen and civilians working hard to make the visit safe and enjoyable.
With that, we know a lot of you are planning on coming out, so please pack your patience along with the sunscreen, your water, and comfy tennis shoes. The team is here making every effort to minimize delays entering and leaving the show, of course. I heard from a lot of folks at home that it really was a seamless process, which is great news to hear, and we expect that again today. This is, of course, a military installation and base, so officials do ask for your cooperation in keeping dangerous items outside of the installation.
Keep all the crazy stuff off, but
leave your craziness, but bring your pride.
Chair. Bring your lawn chair.
There you go. Yeah, bring your lawn chair. Absolutely.
You're gonna need that. So.
Yeah.
You guys have any issues looking at that?
Yeah,
no, the only
for
thing
me,
is
it's cut off.
That top line, I can't see it. So I don't know if we can tilt it up.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so JT, it's tough because for me in my position where I'm at, it's cut off at the end, so I cannot actually read that very well.
Okay.
Located on over 4,000 acres east of Oklahoma City, Tinker Air Force Base is the largest single-site employer in the state, employing over 29,000 people, delivering total support to America's defense systems. Named after a native Oklahoma son, Tinker aids the Department of Defense in achieving peace through strength through both operational and sustainment missions, all of which will be on display on the ground and in the skies this afternoon. Strap in, day 2 of the Tinker Air Show launches right now. Good Sunday morning and welcome into our broadcast position near the Thunderbird line for day 2 of this Tinker Air Show. Dan Hawkins from the Air Force Public Affairs team, delighted to be joined once again by my partners Kaylin Jones-Martin and Megan Gold from News 9. How are you guys?
Oh my gosh, so excited and geared up here for day 2. It's hard to believe that day 2 could even be more exciting than yesterday, but I think it just might be.
I always like day 2, I think, because the crowd kind of knows what to expect, and I like day 2 because we know what to expect as well. So good morning, everybody. We're back, and it's just going to be a great day.
And there were so many people out here yesterday. We know at least 90,000. We had hundreds of thousands that joined us on the live stream, and we are so excited for all of you that are joining us at home. Maybe you're watching a little bit this morning. You're coming out later today. The parking, it filled up around noon yesterday. So you can still Uber, you can still get in, but really plan accordingly because we could have issues with that today as well.
Yes. Definitely. When you think about doing the Uber or the walk-in gates, make sure you wear those comfortable shoes because the officials do tell us that if you're going to walk in, it is a long walk. Tinker, as Dan likes to say, is sneaky big. So make sure that you're wearing your walk-in shoes if you're going to do that Uber or walk-in option.
So lots to see both on the ground and in the skies. I got to ask, what was your favorite part of day 1?
What was your favorite part?
Oh my gosh, well, my favorite was Tora. You had talked a lot about it. I was so very impressed. I loved it. It was so special, that Pearl Harbor reenactment, but really all of the acts, seeing aircrafts from each and every branch of our United States military was really special.
It is also so cool just to see how the crowd reacts to all the different acts. I love seeing the little kids. You know, you can tell when it's somebody's first air show, whether they're a little kid or a big kid, you know, and everybody watches jets. I don't care if it's your first air show or your 19th air show. Everybody's watching those Thunderbirds streak across the sky.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. One thing we will also see a lot of today, Megan, is the sun.
A lot of sun. So we have more sunshine this morning than we had this time yesterday. Yesterday morning was unbelievable. We were like in the upper 70s. We had a south breeze, some sprinkles actually that kind of helped limit our temperatures. We're pretty much full on sunshine here at Tinker this morning. We're about 85 degrees. It already feels like the low to mid 90s. But we do have a little bit of wind, and we're grateful for the wind. But I'll tell you what, really hydrate if you do plan to be out here because it is toasty. Not going to put a damper, though, on any of the fun. Just make sure you're prepared and you're ready to go.
We see some air show participants there dressed for that heat. Oh, so cute. This morning, we're going to kick things off again with Wings in Blue at 11 a.m., but they are just one of our amazing performers today. If you didn't get a chance to tune in yesterday or head out here to the flight line, it truly is a jam-packed show.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, America's ambassadors in blue are here. They're like rock stars. I mean, right?
They're
like
amazing.
The crowd, we're near the Thunderbirds VIP area. Their families are here. It's really cool. We're going to talk a little bit to a lot of different people today, but also the Thunderbirds. We're going to have a special guest from their team come and join us later today. The MB-22 is going to fly today. The C-17 is going to fly later today, as well as the KC-46. Tinker's own E-3 is going to fly as well. So many air acts. So if you missed it yesterday, still plenty of time to get out here today.
Totally, and it is not just military aviation on display here this weekend. We have several civilian acts taking to the skies as well.
Absolutely, Megan. Like you said, my favorite Tora performance, that Pearl Harbor reenactment. It's full of pyrotechnics, those 7 Japanese Zero planes, and that P-51 to recreate the historic attack.
Yesterday, I loved seeing the red tails, those P-51Cs flying and honoring the Tuskegee Airmen and their static display on the ground. One of many static displays, part of that Rise Above exhibit. It truly is breathtaking.
We also have those amazing airmen performing in the Air Force Rock Band Top Flight and the U.S. Air Force Honor Guard drill team with their precise weapons maneuvers. Really, everywhere you look, there is something to do or see here at the Tinker Air Show.
I'll tell you what, there's some good food as well. I had 2 corn dogs yesterday. Beat you to it. I know you're going to bring it up. Food doesn't disappoint. So if you're worried about, you know, getting hydrated, getting something to eat here, that is taken care of. And it was a really good corn dog.
And they were not tasteless. They were fabulous.
They were not tasteless. They were a great one. And I'm not lying. They were really, really good.
And speaking of the Air Force Rock Band Top Flight, they were rocking some Brooks and Dunn this morning when we rolled in early.
Out here early at 7 a.m. doing sound check, and they sounded great.
They did, they did. So science, technology, engineering, math, so fundamental to aviation. It's the driving force behind Oklahoma's second largest and fastest growing industry, which is aerospace. In addition to a full slate of high-flying acts, STEM will once again be at the forefront of this show thanks to the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics and the 72nd Force Support Squadron.
And Oklahoma really is at the cutting edge of STEM, and you can see it here on display at the Tinker Air Show, and we really are inspiring that next generation to take part and learn those skills. In the interactive hangar dubbed STEM City, students in grades K through 12 can participate in a variety of hands-on activities like robotics, drone flying, flight simulation, building balsa wood planes, working with snap circuits, exploring wind tunnels, and all of that in the air conditioning.
Oh my God, that's the best part to me.
That's a big draw, right?
But I mean, I'm sure the kids are also excited about all those hands-on.
Somebody say AC.
Yeah. For the moms, they're excited about the AC, but for the kiddos, get out of that sun. And I'm told you can also meet Tink, the official mascot of Tinker Air Force Base. So Tink is a horned lizard. So don't be, I was expecting it to be like Tinkerbell. No, horned lizard. So celebrating Oklahoma's wildlife there.
There we go. As you can see, we have a full day here on the flight line. Starting in just a few minutes at 11 o'clock will be the United States Air Force Wings of Blue parachute demo team. They will be jumping into Show Center with the American flag while the national anthem is played.
So, of course, we hope that you'll come out and join us here at Tinker, but there's also a few ways that you can tune in, get a front row seat to all the action today, including America's Ambassadors in Blue, the Thunderbirds. This year's show is streaming live on the Tinker Air Force Base Facebook page and the Defense Visual Information Distribution Service and other places as well.
Yes, other places. I want to give a huge shout out to my News 9 team and family. We are streaming live on our app, on our news9.com website, and I heard from so many of you at home, our News 9 viewers, that were able to watch from home and that were also able to get out here, and it's really, really special. Also want to give a big shout out to our viewers up in northeastern Oklahoma that are a part of our sister station, KOTV News on 6 in Tulsa, streaming on their website as well.
So really, you've been all over the state because you worked in Tulsa, now Oklahoma City. Everybody in the state knows Megan Gold.
Oh my gosh, well, I'm a lucky Oklahoma girl. I love this state. I love both News on 6 and News 9. You know, we're locally owned and operated, so one of the best parts is getting to be here at Tinker. We take part in so many community events, and to get to live stream it for everybody at home is really special. It makes me so proud to work at News 9.
Did you see how many people were coming up to Megan yesterday?
A rock star.
I mean, it's kind of hard to miss, you know, when you got 9,
Thunderbirds or Megan Gold.
Definitely, definitely.
So day 2 is upon us here at the show, and we haven't even got started yet. Gates, of course, have been open since 8 o'clock, and the team here at Tinker proud and happy to have everybody on the installation as guests. So many amazing volunteers, but airmen, civilians, working hard to make your visit safe and enjoyable.
And with that, we know a lot of you are planning to come out, so please make sure you pack your patience. A little bit of extra time out the door, not a bad idea, along with the sunscreen, loose fit clothing, light colored clothing, really, really great. The sunglasses, even the bug spray if you do plan to be out in the grassy areas. We just want to kind of minimize any issues that you could have out the door, and of course make it so very enjoyable. Everybody here on base officials are asking for your cooperation and of course patience, and trying to keep those dangerous items outside of the installation, and just make sure you and your family are prepared if you are coming out here.
Yeah, so Caitlin, admission to the air show is free, but they got parking, shuttles, everyone. Hopefully they were able to get out here early, but you can Uber still, right?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. You can come out here and Uber.
Have a friend drop you off. Attendees with small children and families are encouraged to park at Building 9001, formerly the old General Motors plant off Southeast 74th Street, with access from I-240 and the Air Depot or the Douglas exit.
Yeah, shuttle buses, Megan, are going to run continuously both days. They'll drop guests near the entrance to the air show. Additional on-base parking and handicap parking also available from Douglas Boulevard through the Liberator and the Lancer gates, as well as through the Ruskesee gate at I-40 near 29th Street. Officials say all of these areas are going to fill up quickly. So, like Caitlin, I think, mentioned earlier, bring your good tennies with you, right? Skechers.
Hey, I can't brand endorse, Dan. You know that. It's definitely going to be a long walk, and there are a lot of people. And I really want to mention, we had some medics drop by early just to check on us. There are some awesome active duty Air Force medics out here from the 72nd Medical Group, and they are just walking around checking on people. So if you see anybody in maroon t-shirts, they say medic on the back of them. If you need them, they're there. But if you don't need them, maybe just say thanks for being out here, because everybody's out here volunteering. So just pack your patience and be kind.
And another really great tool, if you are planning to come out here, especially with your family, the Air Force Connect app. It has kind of a rundown of what you can expect out here, where each of the static displays are, what you can and what you can't bring. You can also find that on the Tinker website. And as we get closer to showtime, really such an exciting final day here at the Tinker Air Show, and really just the culmination of so much hard work for so many folks. I talked to several that work here on base. This has been a work in progress for 2 years now. The city, Midwest City, has been preparing for this as well. So right now we want to go out to our reporter in the field, Clayton. He is with the excited folks coming into the air show right now. Clayton, if you can hear us, how's the atmosphere out there?
2025 Tinker Air Show is off to a fantastic start. Gates opened at 8 o'clock this morning. I'm going to tell you right now, people wasted absolutely no time getting out to the flight line to claim their seat. Take a look behind me. You can see the massive crowds of people already showing up, and I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. We expect this area to be totally full of people. Shoulder to shoulder people are expected here at the air show to take it all in, the sights and the sounds of all of the performers we have today. I did talk to some locals here earlier who got in line at 7 o'clock this morning from Guthrie, the Jones area, for those familiar with the Oklahoma City area. I talked to them earlier. Take a listen. How stoked are you to be here today?
Oh, I'm thoroughly excited. I'm retired military, and this is his first air show, so yeah, we're really excited.
What do you love about coming to the air show? What should everyone else love that may not normally come or may not normally know about the air show?
Well, the static displays are really cool. You get to go inside the airplanes and stuff and walk around and see all the different aircraft. We've taken pictures in front of the airplanes today and stuff, and I think that's really awesome. I don't think people realize that there's so much more than just airplanes flying around.
A lot of excitement building ahead of the start of this air show. They're excited. I'm excited. Everyone here is ready to go. We're going to be out here all day long giving you updates from the flight line. That is it for now. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
All right, thanks so much, Clayton. Truly exciting vibe out there. There's so much happening. Everybody's excited to be here.
Oh my gosh, well, Dan, I know it takes a special person to be able to work with you and work with kids. Hey, earlier this week, we got to celebrate one of our own, one of Oklahoma's own, an Oklahoma educator. Dr. Jason Simmeroth was honored as the hometown hero by the United States Air Force Thunderbirds for his exceptional contributions to the community as the superintendent of Yukon Public Schools, but his impact goes far beyond the schools of Yukon, and we are so happy to have him join us. This is Dr. Simmeroth. Thanks so much for being here with us.
No, yeah, anytime. That was so much fun. I'm still floating.
So tell us all about the flight, how you were feeling. Did you prepare, get a good night's sleep? Were you nervous?
Yes. All of the above. I can tell you, like from the day that I got the notification, I was geeking out on YouTube watching all the, the 3-5 minute things. And every time I did, I would get excited and go, can I do this? Is this a real thing? Can I do this? But no, it was just phenomenal. And we got there early in the morning because one of the really cool things about it, because not everybody's going to do this. I never dreamed in a million years that I would get to do it. But the way that they prepared you was phenomenal. The men and the women of the group were just outstanding. It was like you had debriefs, you had the the flight surgeon, you had the outfitters. They walked you through so many things, and you're on overload, but your adrenaline's so high, you're really soaking it in, right? And then you get the walk to the plane. Oh, it was 900 degrees outside, but I had goosebumps everywhere. It was just so phenomenal. And Crime was my pilot, which if you knew me earlier in my youth, that's very fitting to fly with somebody like that. And so that was outstanding. And the stepping into the plane. I hope they don't put that on film, but I almost fell off the ladder when I started climbing. I got a little wonky. And they hooked me up straight up. Got in, strapped down, and you're strapped to a rocket, right? You're gone. And just the adrenaline rush. And they were so kind. And the things that we did, whether it was a loop or an aileron roll or a barrel roll, everything, flying inverted. Whew.
So for anybody that's just now joining us on the live stream, you are Dr. Simmeroth. You are an educator for Yukon Public Schools, and you were selected to fly with the Thunderbirds. We were just talking about how they take you through all the medical briefs, the safety briefs. They really make sure you're ready to go on up. Before we talk a little bit about your experience up in the air, tell everyone about your experience as an educator. I know we may have folks from Yukon that are watching right now.
Well, people often ask, so why did you even get started? Why did you do it? And it's all because I wanted to help, right? I just wanted to help kids. And that's where it started in 1995, like 30 years ago. And so I was a middle school teacher. I started as a middle school teacher, and everybody called me insane because, but I'm 12 years old still here, and mentally and emotionally. And so it was all of that. It was fantastic. And just the nature of the people that surround you in education, all the teachers and administrators, counselors, nurses, everybody, it's just it's a caring, loving, supporting environment in public education. You can't help but want to do more for others. So that's really, all through my career, God opened these windows and these doors, and I would stumble through them, not knowing what was next, but knowing it was the right thing to do because it was helping kids, right? And through that, there was opportunities to do things like Santa's Toy Shop or Beautiful Day, all these outside as ancillary community projects that. It's just the heart of an educator. That's just what we're bred to do. And when you get in with the right people and you have the right mentors, it's just the way of life. And it's a passion. It really is. It really is.
You see the Air Force Wings of Blue jumping in here at Tinker, day 2 of the air show. We're here with Dr. Jason Simmeroth. He's the former now. I guess you're retiring this week, I've been told.
Oh, my God.
So,
wow. What a way to end a career.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, a great way to end it. But I'm curious, I've been in the game of government and military service for a long time. And I think when you step away from anything, if you've done anything for that long, you're going to miss it. What are you going to miss most?
Children. I'd love to go into classes and read to the kids. That's like my very favorite thing to do. It doesn't matter what meetings or whatever's going on, man. If I can go into a class and blow it up, have some fun, and leave and let the teachers kind of get them back together, that was really fun. And oddly enough, one of my favorite things to do was crosswalk duty. Yeah, so I would go out at Lakeview Intermediate School, and I would do crosswalk duties on Wednesday mornings, just walking the kids. It was just because there's no expectations.
Help them start the day great.
Yeah, you get to see the sunrise. Kids are happy coming in. I didn't go when they left because I don't know if they're going to be happy or not, but they were happy when they showed up on their bicycles. Yeah, so that's really what it is. And of course, you know, the people you work with, that my team that I left with, it was one of the most phenomenal groups I've ever met in my life, and I love them to death. And yeah.
Well, we certainly thank you for all of your contributions to education and the children of Oklahoma. We're going to kick it now out to the Air Boss. The national anthem is coming up next at the Tinker Air Show.
Let's give a hand for Captain Chad Suffolcool from Colorado Springs, Colorado, with 1,489 jumps as he prepares to deploy his streamer. In an aerial salute to our nation's heroes, our final jumper will be landing 800 square feet of pure American freedom. Rounding things out with 715 jumps from Lebanon, New Jersey, get on your feet for Cadet First Class Carter Beswick. Performing today's national anthem is Staff Sergeant Nicole Merrill.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We want to welcome you back now. That was the national anthem. We are back here with Dr. Cimaroth from El Reno Public Schools. Yukon Public Schools.
Oh my gosh.
Yukon Public Schools, I'm so sorry. And you were the hometown hero selected to fly with the Thunderbirds. For anyone that is just now joining us, we want to talk a little bit about how you found out that you were selected and how you felt when you found out.
Well, like we were just talking, my my assistant superintendent, Diana Lebsack, she's the one that sent in the nomination. And she comes in one morning and she says, Jason, you're going to get an email from Courtney. And I said, about the Thunderbirds. I said, okay, thanks. She goes, no, you need to read the email. And I was like, oh, say what? So I got the email and it was like, okay, dude, here's your list. You gotta fill out these forms. You have to sign your life away. You got to give your measurements. You literally have to get a physical to say you are able to fly, and you need to do it like in 2 days. And I'm pretty sure I had it done the very next morning. I was like, by 8 o'clock, I had it all done, PDF, I sent it in. And from then on, I was just on pins and needles, just waiting to hear. Yeah.
And for anyone that may be curious, and maybe you don't want to brag on yourself, so we'll brag on you, but it's kind of a holistic for everything that you have done as an educator, for your community service, your impact on where you have worked, the community as a whole. And you mentioned even saving some lives. So there's a whole lot that is looked at here, and really just a big way to honor you and to say thank you for everything that you have done.
It's very flattering. It really is.
And I know it had to be amazing, but I kind of wanted to switch gears because you're also a dad of an airman, and I know a proud dad. Tell us a little bit about your son and what he does. I heard he does some really cool things.
Yeah. So my son is an Air Force Academy grad, and he actually, luckily, he got stationed in Enid for his flight training. So we were able to see him really frequently. He's finished that. He's going to be a C-17 pilot. And I think there was some flying here yesterday. Whoa. He was like, oh, man. So he didn't get to see him fly. And he'll be stationed in Charleston, South Carolina. And he's just excited. And I think one of the things that helped him, and actually helps my daughter, too. My daughter, Summer, she's doing some cellular biology is her program. But I think having seen how Julie and I really like to serve others has helped them see that serving others is a way to go in their life. And, you know, the Air Force is service before self. And my daughter's doing research for others, like in cancer-type research with cellular biology. So I just, you know, my heart just
can't be any more prouder than that.
I can't imagine how special it is to have gotten to take part kind of in your son's world. If he's a pilot, you know, to get to go up, maybe something that you would probably never have the opportunity to do. And I'm sure the big question for everyone at home, how did it feel when you were up there?
Okay.
Did you feel okay?
Yeah. Initially, when we took off, it was really funny. And we were going so fast, and I heard him say, you know, full afterburner, and I'm like, I raised my head, lopped it back. I couldn't even pick up my head. We were going so fast, and when we took off.
The force of the G's, right?
Yeah.
And you pulled 9.
So okay, right here.
Got a pin.
You guys see this? It's a little bitty, but it was 9.1 G's. Squeeze, breathe, here come the G's. That's what I'm saying. Get ready, buddy, because if you're not ready, you're going to pass out. It was phenomenal. I mean, the very first thing we did was we flew upside down for a canopy check. Right, it's a foreign object, and anything falls, right? So we're right out of the bat, we're upside down, and I'm just like, whoo! Yeah, I did pretty well, I think, as far as, you know, the motion sickness. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little queasy at times. It was a thing, but I toughed it out, and you know, we got to buzz the friends and family tent where they were, just like blowing smoke, and then we did a little mini rocket. I don't even know what it's called, but it was just so exhilarating. Oh my God.
Well, I feel like, as the MV-22 is taxiing out to take to the skies and we get ready to wrap up, I feel like, though, you at least can play the dad card now, the one-up game. Well, I've been a Thunderbird for a day.
Yeah. Dawson will say, hey, I flew in Antarctica. I said, dude, I flew in an F-16 with the Thunderbirds.
So, Dr. Jason Simroth, we really appreciate not only you stopping by, but just everything you've done for Oklahoma and the children of Oklahoma as well.
My pleasure. Thank you guys very much.
So the MV-22 is rolling out. We're going to toss it out to the Air Boss as the Day 2 rolls on here at Tinker.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your left, you're about to witness one of the most revolutionary aircraft in military aviation history. The MV-22 demo flown by the Night Riders of Marine Medium Tilt Rotor Squadron 164 from Camp Pendleton in Oceanside, California. VMM 164 is a United States Marine Corps squadron currently operating the MV-22 Bravo Osprey. The unit has a distinguished legacy dating back to 1964, when it was activated as Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 164 at MCAS Santa Ana, California. It gained prominence to be the first to bring the CH-46 C9 helicopter into Vietnam, supporting major operations such as Hastings and Meade River. After Vietnam, the squadron relocated to Okinawa, Japan, and continued support operations off the coast of Vietnam. After the conflict, the unit took part in humanitarian and training missions across Asia and the Pacific. Throughout the 80s and 90s, HMM-164 continued global engagements supporting the Valdez oil spill response, earthquake relief in the Philippines, Operation Desert Storm, and Operation Restore Hope in Somalia. In 2015, the squadron retired the CH-46 and transitioned to the Osprey, becoming VMM 164. They achieved full operational capability in 2017 and deployed to Kuwait in 2018 in support of CENTCOM crisis response, followed by a deployment in 2020 as the 15th MEU. In 2024, VMM 164 deployed to the Horn of Africa and returned in December and continues its legacy of excellence and critical element of Marine Corps aviation. This awesome song that we're playing here by Creed was requested by the crew because it was their squadron song while they were deployed last year. Coming in from your right, ladies and gentlemen, the MV-22 Osprey. The Osprey is a cutting-edge tilt-rotor aircraft that combines the vertical takeoff capabilities of a helicopter with the high speed and range of a turboprop airplane. Capable of speeds over 300 miles per hour, the Osprey can carry Marines, equipment, and evacuate the wounded faster, further, and higher than any helicopter before it. It's powered by 2 Rolls-Royce engines with massive 38-foot rotors. The Osprey can go from a standstill hover to full forward flight in just 12 seconds. It was first deployed in combat in 2007. It's now a vital asset for the United States Marines, the Air Force Special Operations Command, and United States Navy. From battlefield insertions to humanitarian missions, the Osprey always delivers. Once again, coming over your right shoulder, the United States Marines, the Night Riders, and the Osprey.
Welcome back. You're watching all the action live out here at Tinker Air Force Base. Come on out, join us. Parking is free. The show is free. We'd love to have you on this last day of the air show here celebrating the warriors of air and space. Joining us now, Lieutenant General Stacy Hawkins, commander of the Air Force Sustainment Center. Sir, it's a pleasure. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, wow.
So my colleague Dan came out here 2 years ago, got to interview you, and was like, you got to come meet General Hawkins.
Oh, my.
The best interview of my career. So I'm so glad that he's decided.
I'm glad we're doing this thing again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Years later.
That Air Force Sustainment Center, that global organization, more than 40,000 total force airmen. Just tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing over there.
Well, great. Thanks for the opportunity to do so. The Air Force Sustainment Center, as you mentioned, global organization, 40,000 people. We are the Air Force's organic industrial base. What does that mean for America? What it means for America is that the Air Force Sustainment Center, we call it AFSC. We sustain all of the weapon systems that you know about in the United States Air Force, from the bombers and tankers here at Tinker to the fighters in Utah at Hill Air Force Base, as well as our airlifters, both tactical and strategic, at Robins Air Force Base. We also run the Air Force supply chain, and people often ask me, what keeps me up at night? Running a supply chain will keep you up at night, give you a dickens of a time. And we also support the nuclear enterprise. We do that through the hard work of most of our folks are civilian. We have a small population of military uniform wearing folks, but a lot of our folks are civilian patriots, ranging from our artisans doing the precious work at our depots and our supply chain, ranging from PhD scientists who are actually doing some of the most complex work that you can ever imagine. And we also have a software directorate, 5,000 software professionals. Most of our weapon systems now are mostly software, so that's becoming increasingly important.
Yeah, time to the industrial base, so important, and that's a huge part of what you do at the Sustainment Center, part of Air Force Materiel Command. Can you talk about just the sheer scope? I mean, we're at the Tinker Air Show. You're based here at Tinker, but it is not just at Tinker that you do all this important work.
Again, 30 locations around the nation. We have actually locations overseas as well. We have our artisans at the Support Center Pacific, which is at Kadena Air Base in Japan. And we're also launching off what we call the Global Enterprise Network for Universal Sustainment, or GENUS. Go back to your 9th or 10th grade biology class, GENUS species. We are spawning something where we're going to project our capability and capacity to where our warfighters need it the most. And that's a new line of effort, a new initiative that's actually paying off huge readiness dividends.
Yeah, and not only that, but you're also, it's things that are already flying, but you soon are going to be working on things that are just coming to the Tinker area, like the B-21.
B-21 bomber, very good case in point. An aircraft as old as the B-52, the venerable B-52, sustained right here at Tinker Air Force Base, also the KC-135, but we are making way for the B-21 to be sustained right here at Tinker Air Force Base, both the supply chain but also depot maintenance. So we're really excited about that.
Yeah, and so when you talk about all the civilians that work for you, can you kind of talk to the importance of STEM? We've talked about it today a couple different times. STEM City, of course, here, so much to see and do. But how important is STEM in your business?
Absolutely. We are, obviously, we are competing for the precious talent out there. And I call it the LeBron James strategy, to use an NBA analogy.
Right, I like it.
Our STEM efforts have to go all the way to junior high school, where we're actually reaching out to kids who are interested in working with their hands, or interested in the technical disciplines, and exposing them to what we do here at Tinker Air Force Base, just so we can create that pipeline of folks interested in bringing their talents to federal government service and launching a career that can span upwards of 40 years. I have a stack of paperwork in my office every week, and it's letters where I'm signing off letters commemorating someone's 40th anniversary working with us. And it's a really, really powerful thing to present someone who's dedicated the prime of their professional lives to this very, very important work for the nation.
Can you tell us a little bit about, you know, the Air Forces and the Air Force Sustainment Center specifically, about that mission to deter aggression, and especially the role that the nuclear dominance plays in that vision, and how the Air Force Sustainment Center plays a role?
Our Secretary of Defense, Secretary Hegseth, has 3 priorities: restoring our warfighting ethos, rebuilding the military, and reestablishing deterrence. And the Air Force Sustainment Center is at the heart, particularly, of reestablishing that deterrence. Supporting the B-52 bomber. At Hill Air Force Base, we support the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile, soon to be the Sentinel system. We also support nuclear material management through our supply chain organization. So we are at the heart of that. And as the President and the SecDef have often said, the idea of being able to deter our adversaries and to make them think twice on any day they wake up as to whether they want to mess with America, that is so important to establish, and that's why we're completely aligned with Secretary Hegseth's priority to reestablish deterrence.
And we're going to see an awesome display later today with the Thunderbirds. But, sir, I know that you have some history with the Thunderbirds. Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Well, at a time where I had a lot less gray hair and maybe a little thinner, I could actually fit in those show suits. I had the opportunity to serve as Thunderbird 11, which is the team's maintenance officer. Highlight of my career, as everyone knows, you often see the pilots flying in the air show, 6 pilots, but there are 130-odd folks that's a part of that squadron, a regular Air Force squadron. And I had the opportunity to serve as the lead for the maintenance operation. Very rewarding. Younger days in my career where I had the energy to travel to 250 days of a year that they do. But it was really, really neat to reunite with them and dust off some old times as far as remembering my times with the team.
We see the MV-22 rolling behind us. Just kind of curious, sir. I know that your exposure is across so many different airframes, but do you have a favorite, or at least closer to the top of the list?
Sir, I keep telling Dan to stop asking that question. You can't ask the general to pick a favorite kid.
You know, well, and because I speak to so many audiences, I have to keep that suppressed. Because, you know, you can be speaking to an audience and you can fall flat real quick if you're giving a speech and you pick your wrong favorite aircraft. But I will tell you, I'm a fan of them all. I've been blessed, 34 years serving in uniform. I've been really blessed to work with almost all of our aircraft and our capabilities that we have in an inventory, whether it's deployed downrange, whether in this job as running the organic industrial base for the Air Force, or being a squadron commander of a C-17 outfit. And early in my days, I spent a lot of time with fighter aircraft. So it's been a real blessing.
You know, we've asked everybody coming by the desk just to tell us a little bit about why they joined the Air Force, kind of what brought them into service, and kind of a little bit about their Air Force journey. Kind of how did you come to be Lieutenant Hawkins back in the day?
Great question. I reflect on that often. My exposure to the military growing up was limited. I did have an uncle who was Air Force senior NCO, and we would go to Florida to visit him a lot. So I think I became allured that, hey, if you join the Air Force, you're going to be stationed in Florida. Never had an assignment in Florida. So.
That's how it always goes.
But that actually hooked me in. I'll tell you, after joining, I had another assignment that I want to highlight. I also served as a member of the United States Air Force Honor Guard, and they're actually, the Honor Guard drill team has been performing here. And that unit's mission, while they showcase the professionalism across the nation, they also perform an important duty where they actually lay to rest our fallen heroes, particularly at Arlington National Cemetery. That job, I tell people I became a patriot after doing that job, because hearing the stories of our fallen veterans and our fallen heroes and hearing how they served really lit a fire into me, and that was the reason why I went from being Lieutenant Hawkins to being in 34 years later.
And so what would you tell any young person out there watching the live stream today about, you know, to take a chance, you got to get it, or to get a chance, you got to take a chance, right?
Absolutely. I'm high on, if you're qualified and able to, serving in uniform. I think it's part of something that I've internalized. It's made me a better citizen. And there are so many folks who don't serve, and they connect themselves through veterans organizations, and I actually encourage people to do that, because we definitely are grateful for all those who support the military, just as we do folks who actually serve in it.
And speaking of people who support the military, you know, this community that surrounds Tinker Air Force Base is really just outstanding. You know, I do something that maybe is not considered very popular. Dan certainly doesn't do it, but I like to go through the day one comments on our live stream and just read what people were saying. And I was telling him coming in this morning, the comments on our live stream were all so positive and so great. And it really is just reflective of this larger Oklahoma community. Can you speak to a little bit about what it's like to be stationed here?
So my second time being stationed here, I was here from 2012 to 13 and came back obviously as the commander. We've fallen in love with this community. I tell people I have a lot less runway in front of me than I do behind me. And so it's on our list as to places that we could easily see ourselves retiring, establishing roots, and becoming a part of the community. I tell also folks in Oklahoma don't even flinch when it comes to identifying what's needed to support this base. When you talk about the B-21, there are a lot of partnerships that have to happen in order to facilitate something that massive being added to the base as far as a mission set. And we've been working for years with the community just on that project alone. Another project was actually bringing the KC-46 here. And the community support at the local level has been key to being able to bring these mission sets to Tinker in the defense and in support of our national interests as far as rebuilding our military and keeping our military strong.
The KC-46 taking some laps in the skies around Tinker right now, and it's just incredible to watch the energy, the support that you're seeing at Tinker here right now. What's your favorite part of the air show? Why do you still come out here? I mean, this has got to be, especially being a member of the team back there, this has got to be kind of boring for you at this point, sir.
It is not, and the things I really enjoy seeing, they're really the small things. We have STEM City here. And folks who are here at the air show, if you get a chance or if you're coming out later on, make sure that you take a stroll around STEM City. A lot of innovation from robotics, a lot of work as far as the kids actually interacting with robots and those types of things. Really, really, really interesting to see how they're adopting the technical acumen that they need to have to be that next generation of folks. Also, I love meeting and engaging with our civilian performers. We have, again, we are an air-minded nation. And it's not just the military aspect of these air shows. we have folks who are civilians who have been doing acrobatics for years, and they are equally as patriotic, and it's just a real treat to be able to interact with them and hear their stories as well.
Yeah, well, sir, we certainly appreciate you stopping by today, spending time with us, and thank you for all you do for our nation as well. And, you know, leaders like you, we're in good hands.
Hey, well, thank you for what you do. Yes, I'm going to hopefully not spill too many beans, but I hear that you're going to be retiring soon, and thank you for your service to the nation. It's really just admirable to watch how you've been able to message to the American public what this business is all about, and you're an exemplar of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I don't need a retirement ceremony. That was it. Done.
That was great. That was
General
great.
Hawkins officiated it. That's I can't top that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Namesake.
All right.
Right. There we go.
Lieutenant General Stacy Hawkins, the commander of the Air Force Sustainment Center, an all-around good guy as well. We're going to throw it back out to the Air Boss as day 2 of this Tinker Air Show rolls on.
So you notice they have the gear down and flaps down. Here comes the KC-46 Pegasus for a touch and go. The KC-46 is one of the aircraft in the Air Force arsenal that gives the Air Force global reach, allows our amazing warfighters to go anywhere in the world, anytime, in one shot. And they always deliver. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the KC-46 repositions, this time it's going to come down the show line on the knife edge, pulling into the vertical for the tail slide. I got your attention now, don't I? Everything I just said is not true. That's the F-22 you're thinking of. It's not this aircraft. Also new to the fleet, not this one. It is technologically a very impressive aircraft, though. They're going to do an overhead break, I think, is what they said. So watch when the KC-46 gets to midfield here. If it turns to the right, I'm correct. If it doesn't, I'm not. Not time for a hearing aid just yet. So the KC-46 is going to be coming in for a full stop landing. And we're going to keep our trend of heavy aircraft going. The KC-135 is going to taxi out and take off. They're going to be back in just a little bit. And then we're going to get started with our friends from just down the turnpike at Altus Air Force Base, the C-17 demo team.
Growing up in Arlington with the Air Force Memorial being right there, it's my roots. You know, that's where I come from, and to now have a role in the Thunderbirds and the high bomb burst is really incredible. When I was applying for the Air Force Academy, I had a really difficult time of, you know, kind of like digging deep and finding that inspiration. So my mom actually, when I was writing my letter to the Academy, like, hey, why you should accept me, and she actually chucked me in the car and she drove me over to the Air Force Memorial and she kicked me out the curb and she said, call me when you're done. And she left me there. So I know drawing my inspiration, as cheesy as it is, for joining the Air Force and getting into the Air Force Academy from the United States Air Force Memorial there in Arlington, right next to the Pentagon. And so for me, you know, I grabbed my inspiration from that, and now as a Thunderbird, that is like a tool that I use to inspire others. So it's been a really cool story for me to see that come full circle. And as the lead solo, you know, those jets go up and they do that incredible bomb burst maneuver. There's a jet that comes straight up through the middle with the smoke on and does a spiral, and I get to do that. So historically, that's something that Diamond gets to do, but as a solo, I get to be a little part of that maneuver, and that's really special for me. I love that one a lot.
Get them up and out of the airspace. They're going to go into the hold. And we're going to get started with the C-17 demonstration team. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the United States Air Force Air Education and Training Command C-17 Aerial Demonstration Team. Hailing from Altus Air Force Base, Oklahoma, it's my pleasure to present to you the Air Force's newest airlifter, the Boeing C-17 Globemaster III. The crew will perform a maximum effort takeoff and climb, demonstrating its ability to operate out of shore austere fields. The C-17 made its first flight in September of 1991. Since then, the aircraft has set over 30 world records, including payload to altitude, time to climb, and the longest airdrop mission in history. The new age design includes a modern computerized glass cockpit, heads-up displays at both pilot stations, and advanced cargo handling system, allowing it to operate with a crew half the size of similar cargo-carrying aircraft.
Megan, check that out. I love watching some of our Altus friends there here at the Tinker Air Show. Truly one of our most unique assets there. One of those mighty machines. Not only that you can see in the skies, but you can get up close and personal with. You can actually walk through that C-17 here at the Tinker Air Show, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, and I love that there are other bases, so Vance and Enid, and then Altus Air Force Base down in Altus taking part here in the Air Show. Very, very special. Joining us right now, we have Sergeant Christina Lopez, and we are so excited to have you with us here. This is not just an Air Force show. We have all assets from all different branches of the military out here, and we're really happy to have our sister services represented. So Sergeant Lopez, thanks for stopping by. I've got a few questions for you here.
Of course, of course. So tell us a little bit about all the different ways there are for people to serve with the Army in 2025, and how many different career fields that you guys have in the Army.
So the cool thing about the Army is that we offer over 150 jobs, and as the years go by, we add, we take away, but we're always over the 150 area. One of the many ways that you can serve in the Army, obviously, is one of the MOSs that we present, but also doing special duty missions like recruiting, drill sergeant, instructor, things like that. It's a lot of fun. I love it. Yeah.
When you say MOS, what does that mean?
MOS is the actual job that you sign up to the Army for. Okay. So the job that we basically seal in your contract.
So if I come visit Staff Sergeant Lopez as a potential recruit to the Army, and I'm like, Staff Sergeant Lopez, I'm a YouTuber and I want to be on TV for the Army, what are you going to tell me?
Surprisingly enough, we do have content creation in the Army now. We have content creation. We have MOSs like public affairs. We have videographers, photographers. So we definitely have something up everybody's alley for sure. Yeah.
That is amazing, and really something for so many different skill sets. Talk a little bit about enlisting in the Air Force and maybe how that differs from enlisting in the Army. Also, what is basic training like?
Basic training, I mean, it's different for everyone. Right, I can't speak on all the other branches just because I serve in the Army, but at least what basic training was like for me, obviously there's a part in basic training where it's extremely challenging, mostly mental. But once you kind of accept the fact that you're there, you did it to yourself, you're the one that decided to join, you start to really enjoy it. It's the way I tell everyone, it's honestly like a huge team building camp, right? But with people screaming. That's it.
It's just really loud summer camp.
Yeah, it's just literally, I'm going to start saying it that way. Yes, it's
I love a good summer camp.
But it's fun. I loved it.
How does somebody find an Army recruiter? Like, what are those initial first steps?
So we have like publications everywhere, right? We have ads, we have billboards, we have QR codes everywhere. But if there isn't that in your area, it's as simple as Googling goarmy.com or talking to a recruiter for whatever branch. That's what I did. I knew nothing about the military before I joined. You Google the number of an office, they'll contact you with a recruiter, and we'll kind of take it from there.
Awesome. And let's talk a little bit about, we've got a lot of folks at home, maybe some that are interested in joining. I'm sure they've heard a lot of misconceptions. Yes. What are the ones that you hear the most often, maybe that drive you crazy and that you would like to kind of debunk here?
The biggest one is I'm never going to see my family again. And they think that we sleep in the uniform, only wear the uniform, so on and so forth, especially the younger generation. They always ask, like, well, when am I going to see my family again? And it's like, at the end of the day, you'll literally see them whenever you want. So I would say that's the biggest misconception, is that you're signing up for a term to completely leave your family. But what they don't know is that we're actually very much so exposed to our families. We bring our families with us. Like my mom, she has been to every base that I've been to. She's always coming to all the events and everything. So they're very much so involved, just like we are. Yeah.
What about the commitment? What does that look like?
So the commitment really just depends on your job. Some jobs have training that are longer than other, right? So if you pick a job, for example, like the medical field, you'll be in training from anywhere to 12 weeks to a year. Right? So the term that you sign up for is really based off of the job that you pick. But it's anywhere from 3 years to 6 years. And trust me, it goes by like that. It does. Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to stay in after that minimum, right? They've loved it so much, the community, the stability, their job.
So that was actually me. I was only supposed to sign up for one term, and then I ended up loving it. And I was like, okay, I'll do one more, and then one more, and then now I'm on my third one. So
Staff Sergeant Lopez, that's how they get you. I'm telling you.
Literally.
I decided that I was only going to do 4 years, and then after 4 years, I was like, this is really fun. Maybe I'll do another 4, and then here I am 20 years later.
No,
so
it's fun. They pay you, and it's honestly amazing. I love it. I do.
How many different bases have you been to? Well, posts, I guess you guys call them in the Army.
So I've actually been to 4 different ones, but stationed, I've only been to South Korea and then Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. But when we go to different schoolings for promotion and stuff, the Army exposes you to different installations. So I've been to quite a few.
Big up South Korea. Where were you at in Korea?
Camp Humphreys.
Yes. Okay, so let's go with Korea. One of the coolest places I've ever been. I tell everybody if I could have brought my children with me to South Korea, I would have stayed there for like 4 years.
If I could have brought my family with me, my mom, my little brother.
I have friends in the Air Force, and for so many of them, the big draw was the opportunity to travel and go places that they never would have been able to go if they just had a normal job.
Yep.
The best shopping, the best Mexican food I've ever had, South Korea.
No way.
Megan, you would love it.
You would, honestly.
Sign me up. Okay.
Shopping,
makeup, their skincare, top notch.
Yes.
I do know that. Yeah.
Korean skincare is no joke. No joke.
Staff Sergeant Lopez, just tell us a little bit about why you decided to join the Army. We talk about the travel. We talk about all these different benefits. What was it to you that kind of drew you to the Army?
Honestly, my biggest motivator in life has always been my mom. I grew up with a single mom. I always saw her take risks to provide for us. And so we were kind of faced in a time of adversity during the time that I joined, and I was like, you know what? I need to find something to help. Thankfully, a couple years later, we were able to overcome what it is that, was kind of holding us back in that situation. Now she travels the world everywhere, which to me is like the biggest, all moment, because I saw my mom risk so much to give me and my brothers so much. And also for travel, I was bored. I worked at Texas Roadhouse.
Yep.
Serving tables, making the same amount of money every week. I was going to community college, and I didn't really see myself going in any direction. And then a Google ad got me. 8 years later, here we are. So, yeah.
I love that. And thank you so much for your service. Give your mom a shout out, too.
Yes, Mom, I love you. She's actually watching right now. She's out of Dallas, Texas. Hi, Mom.
I know she's so proud of you.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thanks so much to you and your mom.
Yes.
And thanks so much for joining us. Dan and Megan are going to be back shortly with another special guest as we take it back to the Air Boss here in the skies.
Making it easy to operate in any tactical situation. This aircraft can fly anywhere in the world, non-stop, using its air-to-air refueling capability. Air Force personnel routinely fly 24-hour missions with a single crew. The most basic crew complement required to operate a C-17, 2 pilots and 1 loadmaster. And because we're Americans and we don't like using the metric system, it weighs the equivalent of 1.5 blue whales. So right now they're going to go form up at that KC-135 we saw take off a little bit ago, and they're going to come back across the airfield and show us a mock refueling. They're not actually going to hook the jets together because they're way too low for that, but you're going to get an idea of what happens and what allows American airmen to be a global power. The KC-135, which will be refueling the C-17, has been around since the 1960s. It's based off the Boeing 707 airframe, same as the E-3 Sentry and the E-6 Mercury across the ramp over there. If you look directly out in front of Show Center, you'll see that KC-135 with the C-17 slowly catching up. They have to match airspeed. The crews are in constant communication with one another. There is a boomer in the back of that KC-135 laying on their stomach, and they actually fly the boom with its own control system out of the back of that aircraft. Now they turn in to start their mock refueling run. Both of these aircraft coming to us from Altus Air Force Base, 97th Mobility Wing in Altus Air Force Base, Oklahoma. Coming in from your left, in the lead, the KC-135 Staudacher. Tucked up underneath in the refueling position, the Altus Air Force Base C-17 demonstration team.
Back here at the Tinker Air Show, day 2 rolling on here. Dan Hawkins, Megan Gold, delighted to be joined by the commander of the 507th Air Refueling Wing, Oklahoma proud here, Colonel Matthew Gormley. Sir, how are you?
Thank you for having me. What an absolutely wonderful day.
Yeah,
airplanes everywhere.
Yeah,
love it.
And we just saw some beautiful refueling capability in the air. I know you're loving that.
Seeing a 135 in the air is a masterclass of events. There's nothing like seeing a refueler refueling any jet. Doesn't matter whether it's Air Force, Navy, or any of the above. It is it's always a spectacle.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, tell folks at home that are watching a little bit about some of those assets, especially the KC-135. You are the commander of the 507th Air Refueling Wing here at Tinker Air Force Base, responsible for 1,100 airmen, 8 aircraft, and providing worldwide in-air refueling. Tell everybody a little bit about that.
So the 507th Air Refueling Wing has been around since the early 70s. And we had fighters, and then we transitioned it into 135s in the mid-90s. We have about 10 jets, KC-135s, and it is the workhorse of the Air Force, the workhorse. It does, anytime you have an operation anywhere over the globe, globally, the KC-135 is involved. It's the newest aircraft. The newest KC-135 is a 1965, if you can believe it.
Wow.
A 1965. So they've been around the block. Those engines are incredibly powerful, but the jets just keep going. In fact, the old adage is the last KC-135 pilot has not been born yet. I can't believe I'm saying that.
That is crazy to kind of, you know, mental math wrap your head around. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So let's kind of back up the bus, though, a little bit. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your Air Force journey, because it's not, everybody always thinks that there's just one or two paths, but in the Air Force, there's 100.
You bet. In fact, mine's taken a few turns that I never saw coming. I was raised in East Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee. Decided to go to the University of Alabama, so I lost a lot of friends over that decision.
I bet you did.
Went for about a year, and then I transferred to the Air Force Academy. And you start from scratch there. So I did 4 years there, was blessed to get a pilot slot, knew nothing about flying. I couldn't tell you the difference between a helicopter and a plane back then. Got through pilot training after about a year, and I got a 135. And let me tell you, just as an aside, it doesn't matter the plane or the job in the Air Force. Everyone is so proud of what they do. So the fact I got a KC-135, best thing that ever could have happened to me. I absolutely have loved my career. I am one of the old guys now, but I've spent about 10 years active duty, and then I went into the Air Force Reserve. And that's what the 507th Air Refueling Wing is. It's a reserve wing. So those 1,100 people that you mentioned, 75% of those are part-time.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
So they're civilians, and they live in 28 different states. You can believe it.
Okay.
Yet, we're all Okies.
Heck
We're
yeah.
all Okies.
Heck yeah.
That's right, and we're proud of that.
I love it.
But 26 years in the Air Force, and it's been the absolute blessing to be a member of the Air Force.
So you mentioned that any mission going on across the globe involves a KC-135. Talk a little bit about exactly what they do for folks that are not familiar, maybe what a mission looks like that they're helping out with.
You bet. So our pilots, the pilot has two pilots. Actually, the jet has two pilots and a boom operator. So it's a three crew. They take off and they basically go meet wherever they're told to go meet another plane or a set of planes. In fact, we refueled the Thunderbirds the other day. When the Thunderbirds came in here, we met them and brought them in. Okay. So we had the entire, in fact, there goes the old KC-135 right there.
Beautiful shot.
Perfect timing.
That's an Altus jet. So that's an Altus KC-135. That's where we do all of our training for KC-135s. All boom operators and pilots go to Altus, and they train. So it's just right down the street. It's nice to have that schoolhouse there. But the 135 is a flying gas station. That's what we do. Pilots are known to use their hands. I'll talk with my hands for just a second if you allow me. But so here's the tanker, and then what we do is we meet up with the other plane, and we kind of fly in formation, and that plane is right behind us. And that boom operator in the 135 is on their belly, and they're looking out a window, and they're controlling it with joysticks. That's really what they're doing. And that boom operator could be 18, 19 years old.
And they are refueling in the air.
And refueling in the air. In our books, the first sentence in our book that tells us how to do our job, it says, air refueling is inherently dangerous. However, rest assured, and the public knows, you have the most competent, most experienced Air Force in the world. And when we go up there, it's taken, every mission set is incredibly important, and we follow those rules, and it's inherently dangerous. We try to mitigate on every mission.
And you make it look so easy.
Well, I don't want to say that, but they do. You're right, they do. But in fact, just recently, we had those B-2s. Air Refueling was absolutely involved in that. They had to fly from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri all the way over and come back. That was only because of what our KC-135s provide, and it's that gas station in the air.
Yeah, and you know, one of the big things here at the Tinker Air Show is STEM City, and we talked about it earlier on the broadcast a couple times, including with General Hawkins when he stopped by, but science, technology, engineering.
Absolutely.
And you have obviously citizen airmen who do this on a part-time basis. You talk about how important STEM is to what you do every day.
You bet. So STEM is one of those things throughout the United States, whether it's college or, that's good picture. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So STEM is one of those things, whether it's a college, an industry, or the Department of Defense. STEM is incredibly important. In fact, my daughter's starting school, and she's going to be a chemistry major. So it's a really important part of our trajectory as a nation. But in the 507th Air Refueling Wing, we have a lot of civilians that have jobs on the outside. And a lot of those civilians that are boom operators and pilots, that's what they do. Whether it's electrical engineers or physicists, we have it all. And it's incredibly important for us as a military, as a Department of Defense, as an Air Force Reserve, to have those minded folks. I'm not one of them, just for the record. I was a political science major. Yeah, God did not make me to be a sharp mathematician or scientist, but we need those folks more and more than ever. It's incredibly important to our wing and our Department of Defense.
I lost the bubble in 5th grade math.
I'm with you. I'm right there with you.
Hey, can you talk a little bit about the reserves for folks that maybe that's not super clear to them? You mentioned part-time work. How does that work in the Air Force?
Absolutely. And I want to say one thing about Tinker before I get to the reserve. The only reason we can fly this jet, this 1965 model aircraft, is because of Tinker and the depot. The only reason that we're able to fly a jet that is that old, the engines, the fuselage, is because of what the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Center provides us, the complex provides us. No other country in the world has anything like it. So I just want to say that, to mention that, how important that is. But the reserve is a special, I knew nothing about it. It's very special, the Guard and Reserve in particular. I'm a reservist, and again, a part-time reservist. I'm a civilian airline pilot on the side, and I come in here and do this. I get to put the uniform on and give back.
Is it on an as-needed basis?
Yes, I will say, though, that on the reserve side, training is just as important in the Guard and Reserve as it is to our active duty counterparts. So my reservists, when they come in, they're as trained and as confident as our active duty counterparts, but they only come in maybe, depending on their job, 5, 6, 8 days a month. If you're a pilot or a boom operator, maybe a little more, or if it's that time of the year for our finance folks, maybe they come in at the end of the fiscal year because they have a lot to learn and do. But being a reservist is challenging because all these folks have civilian jobs. But it's such an opportunity, and I would love to talk to the greater Tinker area, the Oklahoma City area. We have so many different jobs and professions that we would love to have them come take a look, whether it's doctors, dentists, civil engineers, firemen, police officers, pilots, and boom operators. Would love to meet them and introduce them to the wing to be an Okie.
It sounds like the Air Force Reserve is always hiring.
Good point. We are, and we have spots here, and we would love to meet you. We would love to have you come out and meet us and just get a feel for what it is to be a reservist.
Well, and I think what's also really cool about it is it's so flexible. I mean, you said 28 states, like, so, you know, I can live in Texas, or I could live in California and come out here and still serve my country in a meaningful way.
In fact, we have folks from Maine to Florida, Washington State to San Diego. They've been covering the gamut. The reason they come here is because of this area, the Oklahoma City area. It is the community. That is the reason these folks fly over many, many reserve guard bases, active duty bases to come here, is because of the culture and the people here in the Oklahoma City area. And that is what I'm so proud of as an Okie here at the 507. It is the culture that was created long before me and hopefully long after me.
Another beautiful shot from the 2nd Audio Visual
That is tough.
Crew.
Tough.
Huh?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Can you beat that?
You can't. Look how tough that looks.
Tough, as the kids say, right?
That's exactly right. You're right. You're right. My son was trying to give me some good jargon. Tough was one of those today.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, use tough a lot, Dad.
Yeah. That is tough. I don't know. I got nothing else after that.
Nice. It's great.
Great crowd on hand. How impressed have you been with the crowds here this weekend? So impressive.
It is. And what this shows me and my family and the rest of Oklahoma City is it's a direct correlation to that culture. It is. If the culture weren't as magnificent as it is, you wouldn't have these crowds. People feel welcome. They're proud of Tinker and what it does. The tens of thousands of people that come here every day in this building, 3001. It's one of the largest buildings in the United States. And they come here to make sure that our aircraft come in one end, they get taken care of, and they come out the other, and they get shipped to the warfighter, to us. And then we fly them. And it's such a proud thing to be a part of. And I think the crowd is a direct correlation to how proud everyone in this area is. And it's so beautiful to be able to see downtown from here. What a beautiful
That is the
sight,
shot right there.
knowing all of the people that are here. And they're all from all this area, and it's because of how much respect they have for this base and what we do here. So,
truly is.
I couldn't be happier. You can tell. I could not be happier to be here and representing our wing and the Air Force.
I mean, this is
You are, in essence, now a native Oklahoman.
I will never be so presumptuous to say that I am one of you guys, but I am proud to have lived here the last few years. My family's proud. My daughter has her best friends now live here in the Oklahoma City area. She went to Oklahoma State this past summer and the summer before. It's just so we're a part of the community, and we're proud of that.
I was born and raised here in Tinker. It truly is such a source of pride for our community. You know, you're driving to work, you're driving to school, and there's aircrafts overhead. Here comes the AWACS. You know, you're sticking your head out the window. What is that? Or we have an F-16 that's, you know, flying overhead and doing some training. It truly is. It makes you so proud to be in Oklahoma, to be an American. You know, Oklahoma, we love our military, and we truly do love Tinker and the impact that it has on the community and the source of pride that it is for us. Okay, so I know you love the KC-135, but tell me maybe off the refueling and heavy side, what do you love about these fast movers? You see some history right there in the air.
So the respect that I have for those, we call them pointy nose aircraft, those fighter types, it's a whole nother level. I personally, when I was in pilot train, I wanted one of the big jets. I've always loved watching them, and I wanted to be a part of that mission set. But the respect that I have, knowing how much it takes to maintain your career in the cockpit, the fighter pilots and what they go through, and their maintainers, what they go through, and the flight doctors, all the team effort that it takes to maintain a fighter wing is something extraordinary. It is. It's a little different than the bigger aircraft, the heavy world's what we call it. But the folks that I know in that world, the reservists and the active duty, again, they're another just amazing. It's an amazing environment to be in. It's a different environment. But everyone, as I said, everyone has their place in the Air Force. And whatever jet you do or fly or whatever job you have, it's the best job in the world. And it's because the people you sit next to. It's those folks that you work with, folks like yourself that are out here, that this is what drives people to do the best job they can every day.
Before we wrap up, can you talk a little bit about the heavy community and the feeling of flying that aircraft? What is that like?
So just like any job, I was watching your folks here in the background, the cameramen, the folks that are doing their job to make this happen. You're in awe. You know, you don't want to touch anything because you're afraid you're going to break it. Please don't ask me to help. I will, but you know, if I touch it, yeah. It's the same thing in the jet. Once you train enough, it really becomes second nature for a lot of our folks. But one thing I will say as a commander, complacency, we don't have any room for it. And that's what our folks work every day to maintain that professionalism in the cockpit, to make sure that they know how the rules change, because they change a lot, just like in any job. So that work ethic, that professionalism that it takes to maintain, the slightest detail has to be maintained in the cockpit, or things could happen. Different things could happen in the cockpit, and that's what we train for. So you're asking how it feels. What we train for is potentially what different could happen, meaning the emergencies. When another plane's right behind you and something goes wrong, you have to do something we call a breakaway. And in the plane, you don't say that word. You don't ever say that word, because when you hear it, that means separate. So we say emergency separation in the plane. But when you hear the B word, the breakaway word, that means something different happened.
So you're in the middle of refueling? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And there are times where we'll actually, whatever plane is here is taking on so much fuel, they can't keep up with us. So we'll actually sometimes pitch down like this. It's called a toboggan. So we're going kind of towards the ground as we're refueling. But if we hear that B word, you have to immediately separate and then get everything back to normal. And sometimes it's an emergency, and that's what you're training for. That's what makes this job so different, in that those emergencies could be anything from a small little light bulb that's out to something major, or there's a gear problem, or an engine problem. But that's what makes our airmen so special. That's what they train for every day, and that's what makes them the best in the world.
You can't deliver air power anytime, anywhere without you guys, so we certainly appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much for stopping by. Colonel Matthew Gormley, the commander of the 507th Air Refueling Wing. Tora, about ready to take to the skies. You see the act already underway. We're going to pitch it out now to the Air Boss.
The B-51 with the cutting edge of technology in the early 1940s, and keeping it running as smoothly and safely as it does requires countless hours of hard work by volunteer staff. This airplane tells the story. Instructor's name was Captain Juan Too Many. Must have been from South America. Captain Juan Too Many. Huh. So we're going to get Liz and Ben here up in the air. They're going to come up and down the show line. I think it's 3 passes. See, folks, that's why we tell you when you're at an air show, never to touch the aircraft without permission of the crew, because this is a wood and fabric aircraft or steel and fabric aircraft, and that tail wheel, when Ben sat on the back of the tail wheel, he clearly messed up the spring. So we're going to have a short delay here. She'll get that pop back in, and we'll be off and running in no time. Sorry for the delay, but oh dear. Oh, okay, now we have a problem. I'm sorry, folks. We're going to have more than a short delay. Can you get a hold of him? Has he got his radio on? No. Oh, that's a pyro field. He scared the pyro guy. Well, now we got a good dog. I don't think he's ever flown before, but he's definitely seen every factory cruise we have come out. Well, I mean, I've been talking about aviation all day, and here's proof that anybody can fly. Once. Okay, we'll get him down. Just, if you see him coming this way, just back away, maybe go back toward the hangars, I don't know. Hey, when we got him over the runway, we just need to pull back on the throttle a little bit. But we can't, out on the radio, we can't talk to him. There you go. This is what we call a turbulent situation, and it's descending fast. Oh, dear me. But you know, he'll get over there and security forces will take care of it, I'm sure. Because that's a restricted area he's going toward now. This is not aerobatics, folks. This is more what we call accidental enthusiasm. He skipped ground school, he skipped flight school, and he's about to skip the earth. There you go, back into the pyro field, like a smart person would. Oh. I feel like his favorite maneuver is the unintentional stall. Yikes!
Pyro guys just got a good view. I heard he tried to start his own flight school. It never really took off. I feel like my jokes here are a lot like Ben. They're just not landing. He learned everything he knows about flying from YouTube. And everything he doesn't know, well, you're seeing that. Come on. Back over here, dummy. Ben. If you hear a loud clunk and see a wingtip fall off, don't worry. He's just removing unnecessary drag. Oh, poor Liz. Yep. You can pedal it as fast as you want, and it's not going any faster, the Super Cub. He doesn't know what the rudder does, but he's very passionate about it, and I respect that. This Cub is rated for short takeoffs and landings and extremely long apologies. It looks like he's actually...
All right, welcome back here at the desk. Kyle Franklin there, a true madman. So crazy, so cool to watch him here at the Tinker Air Show. Joining us now, I guess you could call some of these guys madmen as well.
I mean, it all depends on the vibes, really, Megan. Joining us now, 2 cadets from the Wings of Blue parachute team from the U.S. Air Force Academy, cadets Jack Breest and Luke Childs. Thank you both for stopping by in between jumps today.
Thank you for having us. This has been a pleasure.
So we all watched you jump yesterday, and of course today. It was so cool to see that. Tell us a little bit about the Wings of Blue.
So the Wings of Blue was founded in 1963. It's basically was founded by some cadets who are renegade skydivers. They went out to Boulder, Colorado, and decided they used reserve parachutes because they didn't have the tools and the resources to actually have their parachutes. And they just started jumping. And one day, the commandant called them into their office, was like, hey, why are you guys doing this? Like, and got into a bunch of trouble, and that basically brought about the Wings of Blue, and it's been a legacy ever since. So
cadets making trouble.
A lot.
And turning into a sanctioned event. I love that.
Yeah.
So not only do you guys go to air shows and sporting events, but you're also a competition team as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about what that is all about.
So part of the competition team, the Wings of Blue is divided, or I wouldn't say divided, but made up of the demonstration team and the competition team. So as a demonstration team, we obviously go to air shows nationally and internationally, but the competition team, they are made up of 4-ways and free flyers, and what they do is they compete at these civilian drop zones in either 4-way competition, free fly competition, and then what we've introduced is crew, which is canopy relative work. So they'll do competitions where they'll basically dock canopies onto each other and then rotate from the top to the bottom, which is very impressive. It's a lot of fun and a lot of work as well.
So impressive.
Yeah.
So you all mentioned, of course, you're at the Air Force Academy. Talk a little bit about that, how that is different than just attending a regular college and what that process looks like.
Yes, ma'am. So, I mean, we're all cadets firsthand. Being a part of the Wings of Blue is just a club, essentially, is what we're on. And so we have a very typical class schedule if we were to be going to a civilian university. And so our day-to-day looks just like anybody else who's going to, say, Denver University, where we'll have, say, 6 class periods in the day. And being a part of the Wings of Blue, we get to have some of our class periods be skydiving. So one morning,
awesome.
We'll wake up, go skydive 3 times in the middle of the morning, and then go to math class and take a test. And so it's a really awesome opportunity that we all get.
How many jumps do you guys have now under your belt?
Now I have 701 jumps.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a lot of jumps.
Bro, an expert, if you will.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have 714 jumps.
So when you guys called back home and told your parents, not only are you going to the Air Force Academy, but you're going to join this club where you're jumping out of airplanes, what was the reaction?
No, I think they want to support me in whichever way they can. I was recruited to the Air Force Academy as a baseball player.
Okay.
Things didn't really work out with baseball, and I decided to join the Wings of Blue, and they're like, hey, if that's what you want to do, go do it, and we'll back you 100% of the way and support you no matter what. So
I love that.
So you all are seniors, you mentioned,
Yes,
at the Air Force Academy. Is this something that will continue, or is this something that is now passed on to new cadets?
So Hopefully it does continue. We have the option, because we were part of the Wings of Blue, to come back if we are pilots and be on staff and go on these demos, support the cadets that are on the Wings of Blue. But one of the things is both of us got pilot slots, so we're going to be graduating and then going off the pilot training. So once we do that, maybe there's an opportunity to come back and do this. I will for sure be skydiving, even though I'm going to be a pilot, and even though if I don't come back to the Wings of Blue. So
That's very cool, and it probably makes it's going to make that pilot training a little bit easier when you have to do ejection seat and all of that egress and survival training. You already get the jumps under your belt, so somebody that's never jumped out of a perfectly good airplane, you're like, oh, this is old hat for me. Luke, talk a little bit about where you're from and why you decided to join the Air Force Academy.
Yes, ma'am. So originally I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I grew up there pretty much my entire life. Actually, both my parents were Academy grads from '94, and so that was kind of one of the big reasons why I wanted to join the Air Force, is because I saw all the opportunities that they were provided from coming to the Academy, and so I kind of wanted that for myself, and so that's how I kind of ended up here.
Awesome. And what about you, real quick, Jack?
So I'm from Parker, Colorado, roughly 40 minutes away from Colorado Springs and the Air Force Academy. I've grown up going to Air Force football games, and I think I wasn't looking to go to the Academy very much when I was very young, but once I started to get better at baseball and started to get recruited, I looked at that as an option. Here I am, rising senior. So.
Amazing. Congratulations to both of you on your amazing accomplishments. Stay safe on your next jump today, and thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. We're going to take it to Tora right now at the Tinker 2025 Air Show.
Spotted the incoming Raiders, but mistook them for a flight of B-17s due in from the mainland. The B-17s arrive, and like America itself, find it's in a war that had not yet been declared.
The attack was from the Japanese aircraft carriers Akagi, Akaga, Hiru, Soru, and the two new carriers, the Shokuku and the Suikuku. The plan was simple: destroy the Pacific Fleet. The raid lasted for a little over 2 horrific and gruesome hours. Yes, you have a front row seat in the Pacific Theater as the story of the attack on Pearl Harbor unfolds in front of you. When the first bombs began to fall, pilots all over the island jump into action. At Wheeler Field, Lieutenant Philip Rasmussen woke to the sound of bombs, jumping out of bed, strapping on a .45 caliber pistol over his purple pajamas, and ran to a working Curtiss P-36 Hawk. Just like the P-36 Hawk you see right here front and center, green airplane, yellow spinner. All aircraft on the flight lines were ordered to be wingtip to wingtip, on alert for days, with guns loaded, except for this Sunday morning. Just like today. The Japanese Zeros and Vals bombed the exposed airplanes. Most of them were on fire or destroyed, except for a couple of P-36 Hawks. Rasmussen was joined by 4 more P-36 pilots: Lewis Sanders, Harry Brown, Gordon Sterling, and Malcolm Mike Moore. They took off to engage the attacking Japanese and managed to shoot down a few of their Zeros, Vals, and Kates. The number of enemy aircraft were incredibly overwhelming.
Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Kenneth Taylor and George Welch were just returning from an all-night dinner, dance, and poker party. These brave pilots, still in their formal dress clothes, raced to a couple of P-40 Warhawks, got them fueled and armed, and took off. They quickly found themselves in the middle of a real battle. These two pilots caught up with the Japanese close to Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field and engaged the Zeros, Vals, and Kates with rounds from their .30 caliber machine guns. However, they quickly ran out of ammunition. Luckily, they were able to land at Wheeler Field near the center of the island. They refueled, reloaded with .30 and .50 caliber ammo, and took off once again to fight the Japanese. The two pilots are credited with downing a total of 6 Japanese warplanes before their own planes were disabled. Both pilots received a Distinguished Service Cross for their actions that infamous day. A total of 502 U.S. planes were on the ground at the beginning of this attack. Sadly, 188 were totally destroyed, 159 damaged, and just 155 of our aircraft lay on the ground in various stages of disrepair.
The first wave of 189 Japanese Zeros, Vals, and Kates hammered Hawaii for almost an hour. Then came the second wave of an additional 171 aircraft to continue the strafing, bombing, and dropping of torpedoes for yet another 70 minutes. That's a total of 360 enemy warplanes. As the attack proceeded at Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field, the devastation was horrifying. On the eastern edge of Ford Island, in the center of the harbor, 9 battleships lay at berth. The California, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Tennessee, Maryland, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Utah, and the Arizona. Luckily at the time, our 3 Pacific aircraft carriers were out at sea. First, the Japanese hit with Kate torpedo bombers. The initial wave of Kates hit 5 of our battleships: the Oklahoma, California, Nevada, West Virginia, and Utah. These Kates were specially equipped with shallow-running torpedoes, specifically designed for the attack on Pearl Harbor. You see, the shallow waters at Pearl Harbor would not allow the use of normal deep-running torpedoes, which leaves no question that this was a well-thought-out plan and not a surprise attack.
Then came the Val dive bombers, armed with 1,700-pound armor-busting projectiles, originally made for 16-inch battleship guns, but converted to aerial bombs. These planes dived down on the Nevada and Arizona. Anti-aircraft fire veered the Vals away from the Nevada on the first wave, but unfortunately the Arizona was not that lucky. A bomb from a Kate torpedo bomber stabbed the Arizona through her forward magazines and exploded, touching off more than 1 million pounds of gunpowder. Sailors on the Nevada watched in horror as the Arizona jumped 20 feet up in the air and broke into 2 pieces, forever entrapping 1,178 American servicemen in an underwater tomb. The ship sank in less than 3 minutes, and still today, she remains at the bottom of Pearl Harbor in a watery grave, crying black tears as a reminder to all of those who lost their lives that infamous day.
Marine Corps Air Station Iwa, Private First Class Melvin Thompson was on guard duty when 9 Zeros attacked the base. He stepped out of his guard shack, he drew his .45 caliber pistol and began firing on the enemy planes. A Japanese pilot, Yoshio Shiga, saw Thompson firing back at them. Years later, Shiga remembered Thompson's tenacity and fighting spirit, describing the lone Marine as the bravest American I've ever seen.
All over the island, soldiers were bringing their weapons to bear in the fight. Anything they could get working. Their .45 caliber pistols, our Springfield rifles. In some cases, our soldiers were able to get 30 and 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns into action, bringing down numerous marauding Japanese Zeros, Vals, and Kates. Meanwhile, at Bellows Airfield on the northeast coast of the island, more U.S. Army pilots were racing to their P-40s. Unfortunately, Japanese Zeros appeared at the same time and started strafing runs. One P-40 pilot was killed as he stepped into his cockpit. 2 other P-40s were shot down just as they got off the ground.
So right here front center is our Japanese Zero, being chased by our American P-36 Hawk. The 5 to 12 B-17s coming from the mainland finally arrived and were immediately attacked by the Zeros. Unfortunately, in all the confusion, the B-17s were shot at by friend and foe. The frightened crews landed wherever they could, one of them in a pineapple field not far from Hickam Field. A B-17 pilot, Major Landon, trying to land, said, "What a hell of a way to enter a war. Out of gas, unarmed, and no place to land." Amazingly, 8 of those B-17s actually made it to Hickam Field. At the conclusion of the surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, more than half of America's entire naval fleet had been destroyed or damaged. Nearly 2,400 Americans were killed, over 1,200 wounded, and at the time, 960 people were missing. 188 aircraft were destroyed, 159 damaged, just 155 of our aircraft were left on the ground. 2 battleships were destroyed, 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and a total of 6 battleships were damaged. Our greatest naval base lay in ruins, along with our complacency. The following day, December 8, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt announced our entry into World War II with these words to Congress, the citizens of the United States, and the world.
December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
In the 44 months of fighting that followed, the United States sank every one of the Japanese aircraft carriers, battleships, and cruisers of the Pearl Harbor Task Force. Nagasaki, the city where the special armor-busting bombs were made, was destroyed by a U.S. atomic bomb on August 9th of 1945. And a little less than a month later, when the Japanese surrender document was signed on September 2nd, among U.S. warships present in Tokyo Bay was our own battleship, the West Virginia. Would you please bow your head and join me in a moment of silence in memory of all those who lost their lives that infamous day.
We do not mean to glorify war by this demonstration. We simply honor a time when our nation was strong and united, patriotic. In the 3.5 years after this attack, we, the people of the United States, grew stronger by putting 16 million men in uniform, built 100,000 fighter aircraft, 98,000 bombers, 24,000 transport planes, 58,000 trainers, and over 100,000 other floating ships from battleships to submarines. The United States of America's dedication led to the surrender not only of Japan, but Nazi Germany as well, giving peace and freedom to the entire world. We do this in appreciation of that dedication, determination, and effort, and extend our appreciation to the men and women fighting for our freedom today. Woohoo! What'd you think of that, huh? The wall of fire. Do you feel that heat?
Our wall of fire presented by the Tora bomb squad led by Dave West and Zach Stowe and his team from across the wonderful United States of America.
Ben West, Caleb West, his son, his sister Martha West Bosworth, Mitchie Ryan, Jim Cool, Mike Honeysett, Tim Wright, Jerry Hammond, Victoria Harrington, Carrie Dougherty, Sophie Say, and John Blevins. Let's give them a big round of applause.
They're out there at 5:15 every morning getting ready for the show. Now, coming over your left shoulder, let me introduce our pilots to you and get your cameras ready from your left.
Daniel Rathman from Midland, Texas, with Brady Ornett from Waukesha, Indiana, in his backseat.
Miles Turner from Fort Worth with Ethan Green from San Antonio.
And our K313 is Taylor Stevenson from Dallas, Texas, with Andrew Strahan from San Angelo, Texas.
0112, Dan Reedy from Pearland, Texas.
113 is Mike Anderson from Muskogee, Oklahoma.
And finally, a Tora second-generation pilot, Patrick Hutchins from Bayou Vista, Houston, south of Houston, rather. And finally.
And my husband, flying our P-36, our Hawk 18, is Chris Walker from Palestine, Texas. Let's give them a round of applause. Fantastic. Airshow showcase our military forces. It's also an excellent opportunity to highlight the Midwest city, the airport, and of course, Tinker Air Force Base. It's a chance to promote community relations, which are so vital and important for continued success. But more than anything, it's a chance to give you a glimpse into the extraordinary capabilities of our nation's people and equipment. With our little history lesson here, Tora's purpose is to highlight the advancement of our military capabilities from 1940s to what you see here today with our modern military aircraft. December 7th, 1941 was a pivotal moment in world history. Europe had already been on fire for 2 years, and despite the best efforts of some incredibly sharp people, we did not have the most professional and powerful military. Because of that lack of planning and foresight and commitment, the sons and daughters of this nation paid a terrible price. We think that's worth remembering, and we hope you do too. Lest we forget, freedom is not free. The Tora sponsor group is a part of the Commemorative Air Force, an organization dedicated to preserve in flying condition one of every American military aircraft that served the U.S. during World War II. All of our team members are volunteers, and we love what we do. Tora's been flying air shows for 53 years. We would love for you to follow us on social media and visit our website at tora.com for more information and our show schedule. Once again, a big salute and a thank you to all of you for letting us perform. We hope you enjoyed it, and we hope to be back soon. My name's Denise Walker.
I'm Ray Norton, and together we are
Tora, Tora, Tora. Back to you, Ellen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, a big round of applause for Tora, Tora, Tora. Yes, nothing like the smell of a grass fire in the middle of summer in Oklahoma. Folks, if you want to meet Kyle Franklin of Franklin's Flying Circus, he's down here walking the line just to the right of Show Center. Come down here and meet the man, the myth, the legend himself. And you too can learn to fly like Ben. Don't do that. Don't ever learn to fly like Ben.
Air acts up in the sky that you're able to see here at the Tinker Air Show. We have got plenty of static displays that you are able to get an up-and-close personal look at. I'm talking the B-52, the KC-135, the B-1. The list goes on and on and on. One of those aircraft you're actually able to get inside of is the KC-46. Take a look at the line. People hoping to get a glance inside of the KC-46, something that doesn't happen all too often here. One of those gentlemen hoping to get inside and take a look is Pius here. Hey, how excited are you to get a look inside the KC-46?
It is great because I hadn't seen the displays, and I provided displays for quite a number of the aircraft years ago. So my first time here on Tinker was probably about 50 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And we've been to one previous show here probably about 20 years ago, but otherwise, yeah, it's awesome seeing all the aircraft.
A lot's changed, hasn't it?
It has changed a lot, especially like when you look at the B-1 being out there now. I was more familiar with the B-52s, and I was hoping to have seen a B-2, but that one is a little too risky.
Yeah.
But seeing an F-35 there is kind of neat. I provided a lot of displays for F-16, so it's fun always seeing the pilots and doing the aerobatics.
Elias, we're happy to have you here, sir. Thanks so much for coming to the air show today.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, this again, the KC-46 is just one of many static displays here at the Tinker Air Show that folks are getting a very up close and personal look at. They're excited, we're excited. Day 2 of the air show, yes, day 2 of the air show is underway. We're gonna send things back to you at the desk.
She has competed in more than 20 aerobatic contests, and she's won 17. Ladies and gentlemen, diving into the aerobatic box, Britt Lincoln in the Extra 330 SC. Straight up into the vertical, hang on, here we go. She enters the inverted flat spin. This is a maneuver that at one time was considered unrecoverable. Once you were in, there was no way out. But today's advanced aerobatic aircraft, it's a very simple task. This is a purpose-built airplane, and it does that job very well. The Extra 330 SC has taken the aerobatics world by storm. It is the preferred aircraft of most aerobatic performers in the advanced category. And Britt Lincoln handles it like a master. She comes up over the top. She's gonna push that aircraft forward. Now she's gonna run it up. Listen to that SC wind up. Snapping on the down line. Here we go. This machine is a pumped Lycoming AIO 580 engine producing 350 horsepower. Up to the top, spinning it around like a pancake, straight back down. That was an incredible hammerhead turnaround. Once again, she's going to constantly be pulling heavy G's throughout her routine. Watch, she goes tail over prop, ripping, flipping, and tumbling through the Oklahoma sky. Precision aerobatics is what it's all about for Britt Lincoln. So you'll notice our aerobatic performers climb up into the vertical. Then they'll do some repositioning maneuver, a hammerhead. She flips over on her back this time. Now she's gonna trade that altitude for airspeed back to show center. Back into the vertical. Point rolls on the upline. Turns off her smoke, she's just gonna hang it out there. Stalling in the sky, right back down beyond 90 degrees. She came here to tear up the Oklahoma skies. She's going to do just that with a 4-point hesitation roll. Multi-roll on the down line. Who wants to go for a ride with Britt Lincoln? Do not have a big breakfast prior to that. There's a hard pull. That's at least 7 G's into the upline. Up, stalling out over the top. She's inverted. Now looking at nothing but Oklahoma terra firma and snapping on the down line one more time. Folks, you heard her. She's going to do a triple avalanche loop. That's the traditional barnstormers loop. Watch, she brings it down to show center. She's going to pull up over the top, and she's going to spin that aircraft over 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to call that 3.5 for the triple avalanche loop. What do you think, Oklahoma City? Ladies and gentlemen, she's right back at it. No quit in Britt Lincoln. As she goes back into the vertical, you'll see that our aerobatic performers performing kind of a half-pipe maneuver. That's where they go up, they're going to stall out, do the hammerhead, come back down, build up that airspeed, which gives them the energy for their next maneuver. Hesitation point rolls on the down line. When Britt's not flying aerobatics, she enjoys working on airplanes, flying in the backcountry of Montana, and scuba diving. Ladies and gentlemen, get those cameras ready. Britt Lincoln is going to reposition that extra 330 SC, bring it down the show line for a photo pass. Left to right, ladies and gentlemen, Britt Lincoln. But once again, Britt would like to give a big thank you to Champion Aerospace. Champion Aerospace puts the spark in Britt's Extra 330 SC with their slick magnetos and spark plugs. Britt uses only the best in her aircraft. Champion is the industry's gold standard for reciprocating engines and piston ignition. And if you are interested in aerobatics and want to be part of an amazing community, please consider joining the International Aerobatic Club and go to www.iac.org to connect with pilots and enthusiasts. Once again, that's iac.org. As Britt brings it back down the show line one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, I want you to be your absolute loudest. Britt Lincoln's going to bring her Extra 330 SC right here, right next to Show Center, the command center for the United States Air Force Thunderbirds, which is affectionately known as Judy. That's the comm cart right there. You see the Extra coming in right now. She's going to pop that canopy, and I want you guys to blow the roof off of Oklahoma. Spectacular aerobatic performance by Britt Lincoln. All right, Oklahoma City, make some noise for Britt Lincoln! Fantastic performance by Britt Lincoln, and now on takeoff roll, the T-28 Trojans of the Trojan Flyers. The Trojan Flyers are proud to be performing for you here today at the Tinker Air Show. The home field of the Trojans is Midway Airport, located in Midlothian, Texas, just south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The pilots performing for you today are Chip Lamb in the lead aircraft and his wingman Robert Johnson. Chip and Robert will be demonstrating the excellent performance and maneuverability of the North American T-28 Trojan. Chip Lamb, the lead demo, is a retired Air Force Reserve Colonel, an Air Force Academy graduate, and was assigned to Europe flying the F-4 Phantom II. After 8 years of flying fighters overseas, he left the active duty Air Force in 1985 to fly F-16s with the 149th Fighter Wing in the Texas Air National Guard. He flew combat missions in the F-16 over Iraq during Operation Southern Watch. Robert Johnson, the wingman, grew up wanting to fly, which led him to his pilot certificate at a young age. When not flying Airshow, Robert's most rewarding flights are flying wounded veterans for Veterans Airlift Command and doing disaster relief flying for Operation Airdrop, including a recent deployment to North Carolina to support victims of Hurricane Helene. The Trojan Flyers wish to thank Trig Avionics for sponsoring the team. We fly with Trig transponders and radios that offer the best mix of quality features and value. These certified avionics are truly better by design and ideal for light general aircraft. The Trojan Flyers are also proud to support Operation Airdrop. Operation Airdrop is a disaster relief charity that uses volunteer aircraft and pilots to support communities in need these days immediately following a natural disaster.
Hush fell over the crowd as they waited for the Trojan Flyers.
Ladies and gentlemen, over your right shoulder, Chip Lamb and Robert Johnson and the Trojan Flyers. Their first maneuver will be a formation crossing Lazy 8 as they come across the airfield in the section formation. The Trojan Flyers own and operate two T-28B aircraft. Both have Wright Cyclone R-1820-86B 9-cylinder radial engines, rated at 1,425 horsepower. The fully aerobatic aircraft can take off in less than 800 feet and climb to 10,000 feet in less than 90 seconds. Race level above 335 miles per hour and dive faster than 380. In fact, the T-28 can outperform most World War II fighters at low altitude. The Trojan Flyers aircraft were used by the United States Navy as primary flight trainers. These aircraft were used to teach Navy and Marine aviators basic transition, formation, aerobatics, and instrument procedures and techniques. Watch as the Trojan Flyers come in now for the split half cubit. To see Trojan 1 and Trojan 2 split to your left and right, and they're going to come in for some individual maneuvers. Robert Johnson out to our left is bringing Trojan 2 down the show line for the aileron roll. Once again, folks, Kyle Franklin, Franklin's Flying Circus, is still walking the line down here at Show Center. If you want to meet the band himself, make your way down here to the crowd line and you'll be able to meet Kyle Franklin. as Robert Johnson peels out, Chip Lamb is going to bring Trojan 1 down the show line for the Immelman into the split S. Washington brings the aircraft down low, pulls it up high into the sky. Into the invert, he'll roll back wings level. This is a combat fighter maneuver that is still used to train pilots today. Coming in for the 6 o'clock position, or to our right is show center. Robert Johnson's going to show us the Air Show Classic Cuban 8. This comes about from an aerobatic competition in 1936. A man named Lynn Povey was going to do an avalanche loop, which is a loop with a snap at the top. Came down low, pulled up. Realized he was carrying a little bit too much speed about right here. He could not do the avalanche, so he decided he was just going to carry that through and mirror the maneuver on the other side. He knew there were going to be questions when he got back down to the ground, and Lynn was a quick-thinking man. He had done a little bit of work with the Cuban Air Force, so when he got back down, sure enough, they were like, what the heck was that? And he said, boys, that was the Cuban 8, and it's been an air show staple ever since. Here's Robert Johnson at Trojan 2 back to show center to complete the Cuban 8. Robert Johnson exits the box. Chip Lamb right back in for the barrel roll. If you want to know the difference between the aileron roll, which he showed us first, and the barrel roll, you're about to find out. This is just like putting the wheels of the aircraft on the inside of a big barrel and rolling around the inside. Trojan 1 departs. Trojan 2 back in for the 4-point hesitation roll. He'll go from wings level to knife edge, then invert, back to knife edge, then back to wings level. Robert Johnson and the hesitation roll. Keeping things rolling. Chip Lamb is back in for the slow roll. Now, what air show would be complete unless some warbird or vintage biplane came in, rumbling down the show line for a big, beautiful Barnstormers loop? And Robert Johnson coming down the show line to do just that. Check it out, Tinker Air Force Base, here we go. Robert Johnson pulling up for the loop. Here is the hardest part of formation aerobatics. It's not individual maneuvers, it's not flying in formation necessarily, it's the rejoin. Now right here, Robert Johnson's gonna chase down Chip Lamb, and he's gonna come down the show line in close trail the first time. They're gonna match speed after the close trail and bring it back together for the formation loop. There's no brakes on an airplane. So if he's going too fast, he's just gonna pass him. You have to match that speed, judge the closing rate. It is one of the hardest things to do in formation aerobatics. Now Robert Johnson's gonna slide that T-28 back out on Chip Lamb's wing, and they're gonna come back to the show line this time for the formation loop. They have repositioned out to our right. Here come the Trojan Flyers for the formation loop. Trojan Flyers coming down the show line for the formation trail roll. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the man. Get those cameras ready as the Trojan Flyers reposition to come down for the photo pass. Oklahoma City, what do you think of the Trojan Flyers? There may not be a better sounding aircraft anywhere in the world than the rumble of the Trojan. Still to come, the E-3 Sentry will be inbound here momentarily from right here at Tinker Air Force Base. The Trojan Flyers with the overhead brake to land. It seems like showing off, but it's actually not. That overhead brake allows the aircraft to get perfect 2-second spacing as they come across the top of the airfield. Now they are in the downwind. They'll turn base onto final and be perfectly spaced to land one right behind the other. City, get those hands in the air. Give the Trojan Flyers a big wave as they come back to parking. They definitely can't see, or they can't hear you, but they can see you. So put your hands way up in the sky. Give them a big wave. Coming overhead from right here at Tinker Air Force Base, Team Tinker's E-3 Sentry, the AWACS. From the 552nd Air Control Wing, come by with a fast pass over 250 knots. They're going to do 3 passes for us, it looks like. Today's crew from the 970th, the United States Air Force Reserve, Lieutenant Colonel Bradley King. Also from the 970th, Major Paul Smith. The rest of the crew, Captain Gregory Hudson and Tech Sergeant Andrew Parkin. Boeing E-3 Sentry is the airborne early warning and control aircraft developed by Boeing. E-3s are commonly known as AWACS, which stands for Airborne Warning and Control System. This aircraft was built on the Boeing 707 airframe, just like the KC-135.
Beautiful sight here at the Tinker Air Show. Dan Hawkins, Senior Master Sergeant Caitlin Jones-Martin, delighted to be joined by Colonel Ken Boyd. How are you, sir? The commander of the 552nd Air Control Wing.
I'm doing great right now. We got the E3 flying by. You cannot get any better than that at an air show.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about that beauty in the air that we've been watching. Like, that is majestic.
I mean, she is a wonderful aircraft. That is the E3 AWACS. She has been gracing the skies over Oklahoma City since 1976. She is a premier air battle management platform for the Department of Defense. If there is any kind of hot spot, anything where we're using air power, that's where we're going to see the men and women of the 552nd Air Control Wing. I mean, look at her come by. I mean, you could see right on top of that, you have its primary sensor, the radar. She's got a lot of comm as well. But inside is where all the magic happens. That's where you have our awesome airmen and officers that do the battle management. So they're the ones making decisions for the Joint Force Commander in air power. You know, and we tell our airmen, and they wear it as a badge of honor, that you don't have air power without battle management, command, and control. And the men and women of the 552nd Air Control Wing, America's wing, they are the only wing that has mobile airborne, like Here She Goes, and ground-based command and control. It's a great wing to be in.
And it's like they know that you're here, sir. They're flying over right now. You got to play that at your change of command ceremony next week. They just completely photobombed your interview.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
You've got about 4,000 airmen right there over at the 552nd. Kind of what is your day-to-day life like as a commander over there? Kind of what are you guys doing here at Tinker?
So here at Tinker, we primarily are focused on combat readiness training. So whether it be getting the jet airborne, making sure our maintainers are getting it ready to fly. We also have a ground-based mission where we're getting on the road, doing convoys, and learning how to operate, getting into sims in order to ensure that our air crew are ready to go. So every day is some sort of training that we are doing. And then as of like right today, we have airmen that are deployed in 4 different combatant commands. So our days are getting us ready to deploy, and then we also have airmen that are constantly deployed.
Yeah, and it's really unique because you also have partnerships with other commands doing training and providing ready and capable airmen out to other commands as well.
Absolutely. So we will work with our partners here at Team Tinker. We're working with them all the time. I think you guys talked to my partner in crime, Colonel Gormley, a little bit ago. So he has the tanker wing here, and we couldn't do our job without the air refueling capacity. And on a normal day when we're not in combat, we're just training, making sure that his operators can give gas to an aircraft like ours, and our operators can receive the gas. And then we'll go out to Luke Air Force Base, work with Air Education Training Command as they build new fighter pilots. We'll be back there giving them the command and control they need, all the way to we'll work with the Army units to make sure that we can do integrated air missile defense. So we're doing whatever we can. I got a team right now getting ready to go out to the Pacific to work with the Army on some of the islands to do some battle management, command and control. It's amazing. I love being in this wing. We're everywhere.
That is so cool. We're talking about the 552nd, part of Air Combat Command, and you don't really see Air Combat Command here at Tinker, primarily an AFMC installation. But when we're talking about Air Combat Command, a lot of people are thinking the fighter jets, right? And so maybe a less glamorous aircraft, if you will. But tell us about the AWACS specifically. What makes this airplane so special?
I'm going to push back on you, Senior. That's big sexy right there.
There you go.
You don't get any more glamorous than that.
It's true.
Walked right into that.
I know.
I will say, like, when folks ask what we do and where we are in the battlefield, and I like to make analogies just so we're not always talking about people dying. The first one I would do is as a sports analogy. So if you look at a football team, your fighters are the quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver. They're out there. They're the ones that are getting the ball in play and scoring the touchdowns. The folks that are on the back of the E3, they're your offensive and defensive coordinators. They're the ones that are calling the play to make sure that we're adapting properly to whatever the adversary is giving us, or adapting properly to whatever we have. Or if you're hold on one second.
He's going to sit and watch for a minute.
Oh, she's beautiful.
hometown fave.
A gorgeous shot from our second audio-visual squad.
She's beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and that was her good side. Yeah. But yeah, if you don't want the sports analogy, just do a music analogy. You know, I would say the folks on the back of the E3 are more like your percussion of an orchestra. You know, the Combined Forces Air Component Commander is your conductor. You have a lot of individual talent, you know, the solo violinist or trumpet, that's your fighters and bombers. But the one that's keeping the heartbeat, the one that's keeping us where we need to be, that's the individuals on the back of the E3. That's what we do.
I love that.
That's pretty cool. And I wanted to transition a little bit because, you know, obviously we're honoring the Air and Space Warriors who get the mission done every day. Kind of curious how your Air Force journey started. What got Ken Voigt interested in joining the Air Force?
I needed to pay for college.
Fair.
I was going to be a civil engineer in the Air Force, and I was only going to do 4 years and go back to New York and work for the Department of Transportation. Neither one of those two things came to be true. The Air Force asked me to be an air battle manager, and by ask, I mean they ordered me. And then I was actually learning how to do my job. I was getting my mission qualification evaluation on September 11, 2001. And then shortly after that, I was deployed over the skies of Afghanistan. And when you can see what you do as a mission on the evening news right after you land, so you do an 18-hour mission, land, watch CNN, watch MSNBC, or watch Fox News, and there's your mission right there. It's powerful. I was doing something that was way bigger than myself. So I had to stay in. I have about 10 different deployments across the Central Command or Southern Command. I've worked in the E3 AWACS. I've also worked in our ground-based control and reporting system and at the operational C2 at the Air Operations Center. So I've had a great career. It's been absolutely fabulous. Once I became a commander, though, and I was able to take care of airmen, that right there is the best thing in the world. When you can actually look someone in the eye and say, hey, that promotion, that tech sergeant strike that you were looking for and you've been working for years, you got it. You know, that school slot that you wanted to do, that commissioning source that you wanted to go to, you got it. And being able to shake their hand and congratulate them on a job well done, there's nothing better. Or being able to send someone off to combat, and then when they come back with their families and say, welcome home for a job well done, it's just amazing. So I love being a commander, and I love being an air battle manager.
It really is. You know, doing the job is so much fun, but then when you're watching your airmen do the job that you did for so many years, it's a special kind of pride. It's almost like watching your kids do the job. You know, you're so proud of them for everything that they do.
And I got to tell you, the men and women of America's Wing are just absolutely phenomenal. It is an absolute treat. I've been in command for a little over 2 years right now, and I've loved every second of it. The Air Force tells me I'm going to have to give it up soon. Probably you might see a grown man cry when that happens, because this has been the highlight of my career, is being able to lead America's Wing and see these men and women do what they need to be able to do.
I got to tell you, I think Tinker loves you right back, because as Dan and I were leaving last night, I mean, it was 4:57, and there was still a line out the door of the AWACS of attendants to the air show waiting to get in and see that aircraft at the static display.
When she says a line, it wasn't like 3 people. Like,
out the door.
I was like, hey, they got to kind of close up shop.
Yeah, the gates, wrap it up, guys.
America's Wing was like, nope. We're going to show you this plane.
We love this community. The community does love us. I don't know of many places where you can see in the police officer's badge your aircraft. And in Midwest City, the E3 is on Midwest City law enforcement badges. That's just amazing. When you talk about a community that loves its military and loves to support the men and women that serve here at Tinker Air Force Base, the local Oklahoma City community, whether it be Midwest City, Del City, Oak City, Choctaw, Yukon, they are just amazing. And here she comes in for a landing. There's no better sight of seeing this. And the men and women around Midwest City and Del City have seen the E3 fly over their heads since 1976. She's kind of the hometown hero right here.
Yeah, what another gorgeous shot. So majestic, you know, for a big bird with a big dome on top. It's so majestic, though.
She's great. She is great.
Yeah. So, sir, obviously, as you get ready to move on, I guess, to NORAD, you told us a little bit ago. What would you say maybe some of your proudest moments as the commander? I know you talked about promoting airmen and seeing them do well, but as a unit, what are you going to miss the most?
I'm going to miss watching this unit solve complex problems. Some of the best things you can do that I was able to do is say, hey, here's a unique issue that we need to solve for the nation. And if we don't solve it, nobody else will. And then watch our airmen from our youngest, just joined the Air Force, all the way up to some of our individuals about ready to retire, just get in there, get their hands dirty, and solve the problem. So being able to tell folks, here's the left and right boundary, and let me get out of your way so you can solve it, and they just blow my mind. It is amazing to watch this team work. I love it every day, and that was probably what I'm going to miss the most.
Colonel Ken Voigt, the commander of the 552nd Air Control Wing, and we've been talking about STEM all day long, and that's a huge part, no doubt, in the mission that you guys do. Let's take a look at some more about STEM.
I feel like I'm at the furniture store. When I go to the furniture store, I don't know where to look, and that is pretty much what's happening here at the STEM hangar at the Tinker Air Show. Science, technology, engineering, and math is the key focus here. Kids getting involved in all of the action. I want to talk a little bit more about what this is, and I want to bring in Cliff Harden. You organized all of this. Tell me what your role is and what this STEM hangar is.
Absolutely, Clayton, thank you so much for doing this. So I am the STEM Outreach Program Manager for the Air Force Sustainment Center here at Tinker. Organize it, I was just a small piece. This is definitely a team effort because of all these vendors. These vendors are doing the work this weekend, and so it's a fantastic event. So yes, these kids get all the sorts of glory because they get to play with everything from aerospace to robotics, to FIRST robotics, to drones, and then we get the little piece of Tinker over there in the corners of well too, between chemistry, 3D printing, it's just all the things STEM.
I mean, this is so cool. We've got a robot that's blowing bubbles, a robotic dog over here. This is really what is the future of the Air Force and really the DoD, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Robotics is definitely the next thing. AI is the next thing for sure. But yeah, the robotics, the kids get to see how we incorporate robotics because of 3D printing. We have, here at Tinker, robotics is a huge deal because they create different things for parts and pieces for aircraft that are aging. B-52, 60 plus years old. We're having robotics create 3D parts and pieces for those things.
And real quick for the folks watching at home, obviously they're not able to be here. How can I get my kid involved if I'm watching at home in STEM here in the Oklahoma area or beyond?
Absolutely. So historically, just because an engineer or scientist is in the STEM world, it falls under the aerospace umbrella. So kids can now get into career tech and or college, either way. If they want to be an aircraft mechanic, that's still STEM. If they want to do the traditional scientist or engineer, that's a way to do it as well too.
It's good stuff. Cliff, want to thank you so much for joining us here today. Again, you're looking at the STEM hangar at Tinker Air Force Base. We're going to send things back over to you at the desk.
All right, Oklahoma City, make some noise for Kyle Franklin of Franklin's Flying Circus.
City, wanting to tell you about something really special we're doing this year here at the Tinker Show. It's called the Honoring Those Who Serve display. Take a look behind me here. This year we have selected about 10 to 12 people that we are recognizing as heroes, those going above and beyond here at the Air Force. Talking about local Rosies from the beginning of Tinker's time, General Tinker himself, even Senior Master Sergeant retired Pete Piazza. Now you already recognize that name. We've named a gate after him here at Tinker. Folks can watch a video to learn more about each of these individuals that we have selected. We also have a pretty special spot over here, a cork board where people can write who their heroes are and post them. We're talking Dad, Mom. Some people have chosen Jesus, other folks in their lives that are heroes. It's really something special that we're doing here at the Air Show this year. You may be at home not being able to participate. That's okay. To learn more about the heroes that we selected, head to our YouTube page. We've created a playlist where you can learn about each of our heroes selected today. That's it here from STEM City. We'll send things back over to you.
A student pilot's transformation is where cadets learn the fundamentals of flight. A modern trainer with a historic name, honoring the legendary World War II era Texan. Leading the formation is the T-1 Jayhawk, a twin-engine jet used to train pilots destined for mobility, refueling, command and control aircraft from airlift to AWACS. This is the trainer for the strategic side of air power. The T-38C Talon, the aircraft that is not in our formation today, was the world's first supersonic jet trainer. The T-38 trains future fighter and bomber pilots, preparing them to command aircraft like the F-22 and the B-1 Lancer. As our formation comes overhead one more time, each one of these aircraft represents a path in the sky, mobility, strike, and support. These airmen who fly them embody the commitment, discipline, and excellence of the United States Air Force. From the prop-powered precision of the Texan II to the jet-fueled fury of the Talon and the global mission-ready Jayhawk, these are the wings that build the world's greatest pilots. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the men and women of Vance Air Force Base, forging air power from the ground up and into the wild blue yonder. And by that, I mean they're going home. They're going back to Enid. They're done. You know what I think this air show's missing? Jet noise. We've had some heavy jets. We've had some fun with that. But how about some fighter jets? How about some historic fighter jets? Coming up next, we have...
While the outside of the aircraft paint facility looks like any other hangar at Tinker, don't let looks fool you. Inside, crews are working around the clock, getting aircraft like this C-130 back in the sky.
We're one of the first processes in the maintenance part out here at Tinker.
Before paint is removed, crews protect propellers and mask areas on the aircraft sensitive to chemicals. Before you know it, paint just melts off.
This is a real crucial part of the maintenance process. Without us taking off the paint, you can't locate corrosion. You can't start the PDM process.
The same masking process begins once an aircraft is ready for a fresh coat of paint. From sanding to washing and sealing, every step ensures the aircraft is ready for a flawless finish.
The painters take a lot of pride in their jobs.
Jacob Drew has been just the man for the job, going on nearly 2 decades at Tinker.
Every day you can be working on a different aircraft, a different different system. I can be working on a C-130 today, but tomorrow I'll be on top of the B-1. The next day I might be on top of the V-52.
Technology has made life easier over the years.
It's been a really good job.
These moving aerial platforms, crews say, are a game changer.
We used to work off of boom lifts, and that gets to be pretty interesting. When you're trying to paint or sand, these are a lot better to work off of for sure.
Churning out aircraft is all in a day's work for the painters here, but don't think for a second these capital A airmen lose sight of the mission behind the mask.
I have a family myself, and I have a lot of young boys, and I think that, you know, hey, this is doing my part to help protect them, to getting the warfighter out as fast as possible.
At Tinker Air Force Base, I'm Clayton Cummins. It is as serious as it looks. These defenders are among the first training in a new shoot house at Tinker Air Force Base.
We all are entrusted to have this job. No one's coming to save us, so it's very important that we take this very seriously.
The project was spearheaded by Staff Sergeant Donovan Williams to help fellow defenders better prepare for high-risk, close-quarter battle situations.
And so we started coming up with how to do this. I made a design. I laid the blueprints out. We got an idea of how we were going to do it, and we saw that this was going to cost us a lot of money.
The project was made possible thanks to innovation funds competed for in a program known as Spark Tank.
Going into someone's houses or buildings, right? So we can train different domestic situations in here. You can train hostage situations, suicidal ideations, active shooters. The list continues.
The shoot house has the capability and guarantee to keep defenders guessing. Rooms and walkways are easily reconfigured. Training can be held in complete darkness.
You can come into it one time and you have a T intersection or an X intersection, and now you come through and there's no hallway. Or there's an L-shaped hallway that leads to a different room that you couldn't clear the last time.
Designed to be a challenge, it's a challenge aimed at saving lives.
This is 100% a perishable skill. What I mean by that is if you don't practice it and you don't train it, it will go away. And you can't just jump into it one day and be like, oh, I'm ready to go. No, because that's going to be your life or someone else's that you end up giving up because you didn't prepare yourself mentally, physically, and you didn't train to be here.
At Tinker Air Force Base, I'm Clayton Cummins.
This is a jet that initially owned the skies over Southeast Asia, helped save the lives of U.S. warfighters, and indirectly created what we've all seen in the Top Gun movies. Yes, you heard that right, and I'll explain. The story you're about to hear is about a secret program, part of the Defense Intelligence Agency, that was only declassified in 2013. Let me take you back to the early days of the Southeast Asian conflict. America's fighters barely outpaced the enemy with a kill ratio of 2-to-1. We lost 2 aircraft for every 1 we shot down. The Israelis acquired the MiG-17 and the MiG-21 in the mid-1960s. These were shared with the U.S. and tested in secret at Groom Lake, commonly known to the public as Area 51. On aeronautical maps, it's an exercise area marked with red ink. The Forbidden Zone became known as Red Square. These highly classified programs, known as Have Drill for the MiG-17 and Have Donut for the MiG-21, work to learn and exploit the weakness of these very capable aircraft. The Air Force and Navy brought the best test fighters in the world and the aircraft to fly against the MiGs. They all lost their first engagement. Our best pilots and planes were just outclassed. However, the secret programs were eventually successful. We learned how to fight against the MiGs, how to exploit its weakness, and how to avoid its strengths. But we still had a problem. The programs were so secret that we couldn't openly pass the vital information and new tactics to our frontline pilots. The inability of the Navy to disseminate the results from this highly classified project to protect our pilots was part of the impetus to create the United States Navy Fighter Weapons School we all know today as Top Gun. By the end of the war, our air-to-air kill ratio grew from 2-to-1 to 14-to-1. Ladies and gentlemen, Fighter Jet Incorporated. Flying the lead, number 1611, America's premier jet demonstration pilot, Randy Ball, and in 1613, on the nose is Scott Gusikov. The MiG-17 is an improvised redesign of the famous Korean War era MiG-15. The swept wing design for the MiG-15 developed and captured World War II German engineering. Note the improvised wing sweep on the MiG-17, 45 degrees near the fuselage, changing to 42 degrees near the wingtips. Adds a third wing to control the airflow of the swept wing design. And until the F-16 entered service, the MiG-17 was the tightest turning fighter in the world. Inbound now, ladies and gentlemen, Fighter Jets Incorporated and the MiG-17F. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention to Show Center. As Fighter Jets Incorporated repositioned to come down the show line once again. This jet was originally designed to intercept bombers flying straight level. The Soviet Union discovered in Vietnam that the MiG-17 was very capable against American fighters. It can maintain 8 times the force of gravity in a turn and attain a max speed of 715 miles per hour. That's just over Mach 1, and can climb at better than 14,000 feet per minute. Here they come down the show line. Randy Ball and Scott Gusikov. When production started in the 1950s, the VK-1F engine made it one of the first production jet fighters in the world with an afterburner. The MiG-17 could carry bombs, rockets, or extra fuel tanks under its wings. In its lower nose, it carried some of the largest guns ever used in combat. Made famous by the Vietnam War, the MiG-17F was the primary enemy aircraft engaged by American forces, including its nemesis, the F-4 Phantom II. Inbound hot, here comes Fighter Jets Inc. Just heard a call for afterburners on as they come in from the left this time. Showing the impressive climb of this Vietnam-era jet. Once again, until the F-16 entered service, this was the tightest turning jet in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. This is going to be a very cool pass as they come by. I don't want to spoil it for you. Just look out there. Randy Ball in the lead, Scott Gusikoff in trail. This is Fighter Jets Inc. Afterburner on. All right, Oklahoma City, what do you think of that? Okay. Fighter Jets Incorporated would like to thank Goodyear Aviation Tires, Ball Ranch, 1873, 45 North Aviation, Red Star Aero Services of Mobile, Alabama, Air Wisconsin, Marathon, Norco Aerospace, Jetstream Aviation Products, Historic Aviation Memorial Museum at Tyler Pounds Airport, Aviation Insurance Agency by Duncan, Gentex Corporation, A&P Fast Track FAA Exam Preparation, Fuel, and all the folks that help it bring the MiG 17F to you. One more bonus pass by Randy Ball. I hope you enjoyed this opportunity to see Randy Ball and Scott Gusikoff in their two-ship fighter jets MiG-17 Demo T. The jet that helped create Top Gun, influenced the Top Gun movie series, and more importantly,
Welcome back here to the Tinker Air Show Day 2. You're just watching MiG-17s. Here in just a little bit, we'll also have the Wings of Blue jumping for the second time today from the U.S. Air Force Academy. We are so excited to be here for Day 2 in Midwest City once again for the Tinker Air Show. Joining us now, fresh off her performance, is a fourth-generation pilot and a recent U.S. Advanced National Aerobatic Champion, Miss Britt Lincoln. Britt, thanks so much for stopping by. We're so excited to have you.
Thank you, ladies, for having me. This is phenomenal. It's such an honor to be here at Tinker.
Well, so you're a fourth-generation pilot. You took your first flight at just 5 days old, and it's safe to say that flying and aviation has been a lifelong love for you and really runs in your family.
Yes, absolutely it does. I am a fourth-generation pilot, and that flight, which I don't remember, of course, was with my grandfather in our family Cessna 180, and I'm fortunate enough to actually have that 180 today. I still fly him. His name is Tigger, and yeah, it's great. My grandfather and great-grandfather were both crop dusters in north central Montana, and he's who taught me how to fly.
That is so cool. So we talk about how important family is to you. So talk to me about what that conversation was like with your grandfather when you decided that you actually wanted to start flying for real.
Well, it's really funny. So one of my kind of hashtags or slogan lines is oily side up.
Okay.
And he used to always tell me, well, keep the oily side down, which is where that came from. And, you know, they've always been very supportive of everything that I've wanted to do in life, and this is no different. Obviously, they want me to be safe, and they're concerned about that. It is a #1 priority, but they've been fantastic and very, very supportive, and hopefully they're somewhat proud.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
And we know that they're watching.
They are
right?
watching. They are
Shout
watching.
Out.
Hi, Grandpa and Grandma, Roger and Mabel Lincoln. They're watching from Montana. Hello.
Shout out to Montana everywhere, Montanans everywhere. We absolutely love you guys, and thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream. And Britt is absolutely incredible. I hope you guys also got to see her show earlier on the live stream. You see a lot of high energies, these precision maneuvers. What is kind of going through your mind when you're up there doing a show, Britt?
You know, it's obviously very physically demanding, but I would say it's more of a mental challenge than anything, and it's really just, you know, we have a lot of wind here today. We had a pretty strong on-crowd wind, and it's really being aware of my position, where I am in the box in relation to the crowd, making sure, of course, I don't get too close with that on-crowd wind, and it's really just focusing on where I am, where I need to be next, and always kind of thinking like 2 maneuvers ahead and how I need to be repositioning or making adjustments, and it's a mental exercise for sure.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, when you do this for a competition, right, and you do this also as an air show season schedule, and then you're also trying to fit real life in there, how do you kind of do it all, Britt?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I guess I take it day by day. You know, air show flying and competition flying are quite a bit different. As you saw from my show, I do, you know, really give homage to my competition background with a lot of that, the precision stops. You know, and even though it is a show, I'm not being judged. I try my best to keep that precision for the crowd and help keep it entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk so much about the next generation and that these air shows are so important for inspiring the next generation. And maybe for a little girl out in the out here at the show or watching the live stream, maybe with her family, what advice do you want to give them? Because you truly are such a role model and someone that little girls can look up to and say, if you can do it, I can do it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's like anything in life. If it's something that you really want to do, I always tell people, set the goal and make a plan. You know, make a plan and set some milestones. It's something that I did for myself once I decided I wanted to do the competition and the air show stuff pretty seriously. And of course, there will be roadblocks along the way, and there will be some detractors, unfortunately. But you know, surround yourself with positive people and with people who love you and support you and will support you to achieve your goals. And you really have to ignore the noise and the people who say you can't do it. And just keep pushing towards that goal and persevere and prove it to yourself that you can do it. And that doesn't, you know, whether that's flying or whatever else I believe that you want to do in life.
Representation is so important, and you know, a lot of young women and young girls don't know until they see a young woman do it in front of them. And I think it's important to note that you are the only female performer here this weekend at the Tinker Air Show, and when you won that advanced national championship, you were the first woman to do it in 30 years. Can you speak a little bit about what that moment was like for you?
It was, you know, it was pretty surreal. I really worked hard towards that goal, and I put in a lot of time and effort, and I got a lot of coaching. And you know, it's difficult sometimes when you're in the air and you're practicing and your coach is on the radio and telling you every tiny little minor mistake that you're doing wrong. And you know, it can be a little bit frustrating, but just reminding yourself constantly that it's all to help you move towards that goal and to improve your skill and your mental game, your head game. And yeah, it was a phenomenal feeling. It was really an honor.
I'm so intrigued by this the competition aspect. Can you tell everybody watching on the live stream a little bit about what that looks like and how you get involved in that as a pilot?
Yes. If you are interested in aerobatics and you are interested in competition or even just being involved, check out the IAC.org. That's the International Aerobatic Club. It's a great group of people, lots of information, lots of great ways to network. And you know, the competition is really, we do some cool gyroscopic stuff here, some of the tumbles and things. That's more of air show stuff. The competition is really, it's all about precision. It's precise, exact lines, precise hard stops, and it's about controlling the aircraft and making it do exactly what you want it to do every single time.
I think we should also mention that you said you were flying in your tennis skirt.
Yes.
That is like true girl power. Pulling, what, 9 Gs you said?
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. I'm just so impressed. You're a total rock star.
Thank you. Thank you.
It truly is incredible. And I also want to mention, I should have kind of caveated, you're the only female civilian performer here. Of course, we have women performers on the Thunderbird and performers here that are in the military that are women all over. But I just wanted to caveat that as well. You know, getting into aerobatic flying, if my son is watching, that's not for you. Britt is not talking to you. But we are watching you. I think this is your aircraft right here, Britt. Tell us a little bit about that amazing machine.
Yes, it is. That is an Extra 330 SC. It is German built, and all of the control surfaces, the wings are all carbon fiber. The fuselage is a steel tube and fabric. It's powered by a Lycoming 580 engine. She's producing about 340 horsepower, and I actually have a cool little box. It's called AcroWorks in the back that records all my data. I can get it after I fly, and so my roll rate in that airplane is up to about 420 degrees per second.
Oh my gosh.
That's absolutely insane, Britt.
And
my goodness.
And you mentioned that next for you is going to Hungary.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that and what that looks like.
Yes. So I am part of Team USA, the advanced team, and we are going to represent the United States at the World Advanced Aerobatic Championships in Hungary this September. So our team is preparing, we're training, and we will head to Hungary to fly on behalf of the United States.
Oh, we're so proud to have you representing us. Oh my goodness. You were just spectacular.
Thank you.
It really is just such a cool thing to watch, and such an honor to have you here, Britt. I did some light stalking with Britt this morning, I'm not going to lie, and I was just so excited to be able to welcome you here to our desk, and I knew Megan was going to be a huge fan as well.
I'll fangirl over you all day
thank
long.
you.
Oh
Thank you, ladies.
Where do you go to next, Britt? What's next for you?
We're actually leaving here, and we're headed straight to Dubuque, Iowa for an air show in Dubuque on July 3rd. I am so honored and humbled. I was asked to fly at Oshkosh in July, so Oshkosh is next. Yeah, I'm very, very, very excited, very honored. So, yep.
That's awesome. And hopefully a little downtime in Montana in between sometime there?
Montana might have to wait until after Worlds. There's a lot of practicing and preparation that has to happen. So.
All right. Well, I'm glad Roger and Mabel got to see you here. So, Britt Lincoln, thank you so much for joining us here today. And so many amazing civilian acts that are here in our air show community. And just a little over 2 months ago, we lost one of the greats. And Mr. Rob Holland was a true talent and was really just an incredible presence at every air show that he was a part of. And we just want to take a quick look to honor him here at Tinker.
Signature maneuver from Rob Holland. It is called the Nivek.
Very big dedication to each and every one of us that we share so much. And from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to dedicate this art to each and every one of them.
Also known as Maverick. Actually, we're not related at all. It's just a coincidence. So Mav, Ice, how you been, guys?
You know, we've been fantastic. It's been great to be here in Oklahoma City.
Sorry, we have short cords. We usually have taller people.
Ouch.
What a target-rich environment it's been here today at Tinker. We absolutely love Tinker.
Thank you all for coming. The good thing about being this hot today is we sweat the whole movie, so it's part of the role.
You really do. We don't have any shirtless volleyball out here, but have you guys been having a good time?
We have been, you know, and the acts we've seen have taken our breath away, but we've noticed a few of you have lost it.
I hate it when that happens, Mav.
You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. There's no tenderness like before on your fingertips. You're trying hard not to show it, baby. But baby, I know it. You've lost that love and feeling. Whoa, that love and feeling. You've lost that love and feeling, now it's gone, gone, gone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do-do, 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 do. And remember, don't let your ego write checks your body can't cash. Stay hydrated.
You're dangerous.
That's right, I am.
All right, now get off the Airbus stand. You're too dangerous for me. You can be mine. Get out of here, guys. It was a pleasure. If you want to meet the guys from Top Gun, come down here to Show Center. They're going to form a line. You get some pictures with these guys.
Calypso pass. So the 1 jet is upside down, and the 5 jet is upside down, and the 6 is mirroring it. So it looks like they're touching, but they're not, and it's super duper cool to just watch them be aligned together. So it's just straight, and it looks like a whole mirror is just following one or the other. That's probably my favorite part.
So my favorite maneuver is the Delta Bup, the bottom-up pass. That's the first time the Delta comes from the right to left, and it's the first time they join together, so it's all 6 jets flying together for the first time. And to me, it just culminates, it's all of our hard work that the 130 people are doing that's coming together for the first time for the crowd. So the Delta Bup is my favorite.
Please rise if able and remove your hats to honor America and those who support our freedom at home and abroad, and join the pride of Fort Sill, the 77th Army Band, and the playing of our national anthem.
So I played softball in college. I played growing up. I played for about 31 years now. I quit playing in college, and then now I joined the United States Army, and I've actually had the privilege to continue playing for the Army. It's old people softball, what they call it, but it's still really competitive. It's still really fun. It's a great camaraderie, and I'm a firm believer that team sports help make you a better leader when it comes to being in the Army. Yeah, this is a great experience. You know, just being afforded the opportunity because of softball, because I play for the Army, it makes it really great. It's really, really special to be a part of this.
And there they go! Jumpers are accelerating at speeds in excess of 120 miles per hour as they build their formation. All jumpers have now made it to the formation. If you observe just a few thousand feet above, Captain Chad Suffolk is performing a tandem skydive with Chief Master Sergeant Christopher Gradell, Command Chief of the 72nd Air Base Wing, exercising the vast capabilities of your U.S. Air Force parachuting team. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Wings of Blue Bombers. At this time, all jumpers have successfully deployed their main parachutes. They will now perform a controllability check, ensuring the canopy is safe to fly, before setting up a precision landing in the target area before you. The Wings of Blue was founded in 1964 by a group of renegade cadet skydivers. We are proud to represent the United States Air Force at demonstrations such as this one. Each year, the Wings of Blue perform at more than 50 special events, displaying intricate aerial skills for more than 2 million spectators, jumping into events that include the College Football Playoff, the Orange Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and various air shows across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our jumpers are low enough that they can hear you. Put your hands together for the Wings of Blue. jumpers from Parker, Colorado with 701 jumps. Let's hear it for Cadet First Class Jack Brees. Now entering from San Antonio, Texas with 714 jumps. Put your hands together for Cadet First Class Luke Childs. Let's make some noise from Singapore with 711 jumps. Give a warm Tinker welcome to Cadet First Class Avery Tan. Up next with 712 jumps from your very own Norman, Oklahoma. Let's hear it for Cadet First Class Ace Fetterspiel. On his way in with 715 jumps from Lebanon, New Jersey. Get on your feet for Cadet First Class Carter Beswick. Coming in hot from Omaha, Nebraska with 590 jumps. Let's make some noise for Technical Sergeant Nicholas Meyer. Airmanship 490 is the basic freefall parachuting course taught by each and every member of the Wings of Blue. Our jump program is the only place in the world where your first jump is a completely solo freefall skydive. Students accomplish nearly 40 hours of ground training to prepare before they must stand in the door. Wings of Blue instructors award up to 700 jump wings each year. In addition to the demonstration team here today, the other half of the Wings of Blue is the competition team. The competition team has 26 cadets who compete in two-way, four-way, six-way, accuracy, and canopy formation. The Wings of Blue competition team has dominated collegiate national skydiving championships for 35 consecutive years, making us the winningest collegiate parachute team in history. And to end the day, leading the tandem is Captain Chad Suffolcool from Colorado Springs, Colorado, with 1,489 jumps. And a part of the tandem from your very own, let's hear it for Chief Master Sergeant Christopher Gradell. Let's get one more round of applause for today's jumpers. To stay up to date with all things Wings of Blue, follow us on Instagram and Facebook. On behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan G. Locke Vogie, commander of the 98th Flying Training Squadron, we hope you enjoyed today's demonstration. Thank you, and blue skies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the Wings of Blue! I mean, that was a little bit of noise. Are you guys getting tired? We still got a lot more to go here. We still got Craig Gifford coming up, and there's something else too. I forgot what it is. Right now we have Craig Gifford taxiing out. of Show Center. If you want to meet the Trojan Flyers, Robert Johnson and Chip Lamb are right down here, right up front. Come down and meet these men inside those amazing machines. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? 12-year-old Nathan. He's in a white shirt and black shorts. He should be next to a white Honda Civic carrying 2 chairs. Your mother is in the medical tent. Nathan, if you can hear me, go find the medical tent or find any member of the Air Show team, and they will take you to where your mother is. So Nathan, if you can hear me, find any member of the Air Show team or any member of our security forces team, and they will take you to your mother. Little delayed. Craig didn't know we were already going, but here we go. Craig Gifford climbing way up high. He's performing here at Tinker for his first time this year. Craig brings his signature blend of power and precision to our show, flying his Stars and Stripes Staudacher S300 today. Craig will fly a high-energy version of his air show. He's been flying his entire life. He's over 5,000 hours in dozens of different types of aircraft. He's been a member of the U.S. Aerobatic team since 2011 and has traveled the globe to compete in World Aerobatic Championships. He has 6 medals from world competitions and over 20 gold, silver, and bronze medals from U.S. National Championship competition. Oklahoma City, take your eyes to the sky for Craig Gifford and the Staudacher S300. Craig is the coach of the U.S. National Aerobatic team competing in Hungary this September. You can follow the team as they pursue gold on their social media pages. Watch, he rips and flips that aircraft through the sky. Going tail over prop in the upline. Just kind of hang it out. Originally from Texas, Craig now makes his home in the great state of Tennessee. Rolling on the down line back to show center. Coming knife edge, inverted back to knife edge, wings level, then does a fast roll back to the left. Climbing to the top of the tower, pushing the stick forward, going beyond 90 degrees. That's about 5 negative G's throwing him out of the seat. Into a hard pull at the bottom. Rolling, ripping, flipping, and tumbling up into the slow roll, then the push over the top. Taking that star-spangled Staudacher S300 and just flipping it through the sky. What do you think of that, Oklahoma City? slowly up over the top this time. Now watch that roll increases as he comes back towards show center. They make it look really easy, but that is so much stress on the aircraft and their bodies as they come to the low part. Goes up to the top. Gonna hang it out for Charlie Hillard's torque roll. Tumbling on the upline, now once again he's just gonna stop the aircraft in the sky. Flip it over on its back. Smoke on it, here we go.
It's the final day, and we're into the final hours here at the Tinker Air Force Base Air Show. And really, when you look at it, just the logistics of an event like this, it's a monumental lift of people, facilities, brain power, supplies, just so many moving parts, Megan.
No kidding. So much has been going on here. I was actually happy to come out on Friday and get to talk to Air Show Director and the commander of the 72nd Mission Support Group, Lieutenant Colonel Eric Kring. And also joining us here is Chris Moeller, who also had a hand in making this air show a huge success. Thank you both so much for stopping by. We know you're very busy.
Well, thank you for having us. We are super excited to see a year's worth of effort from a team of over 100 individuals come together like this, and so it has been a fantastic 2 days. We've got nothing but positive indications from the crowds, and just watching the AWACS just keep flying, and it's been a good time.
So you mentioned planning for more than a year or two. Talk a little bit about what goes into the planning of an air show of this capacity.
Okay, yeah, so we actually started about 2 years ago where we actually have to put in our initial request for our headliner acts, and we got the Thunderbirds. So it's the first time in over 7 years that the Thunderbirds have been here at Tinker Air Force Base. And then we start our meetings about a year out. We do them once a month, and so that's a lot of our initial planning. And then we'll hit ICAS, so the International Council of Air Shows, in December, the December prior to the air show, where we can go solicit for the rest of our air acts. And we got lots of different ones, such as the MV-22 Osprey from the Marines. So that's the first at Team Tinker. We were able to secure the Wings of Blue, which just recently jumped. We got C-17 demos, KC-46 demos, Team Vance. Yeah, we just had a lot of different opportunities, and we're so excited and so happy.
Mr. Moeller, tell me a little bit about what role the local community here in Oklahoma City plays.
Well, we have the privilege of volunteering our services, and we work with the City of Midwest City and the Midwest City Chamber of Commerce, and also the local Air and Space Forces Association and my company, Star Solutions. And we're able to help bring in a lot of assets and support the show. For example, this year we have 6 air acts that we help bring in. We brought in Kyle Franklin. They're a kind of a comedy air act. Britt Lincoln, she flies an extra 330. She's a female aerobatic specialist. Craig Gifford, who actually is her boyfriend, and he's flying right now.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so it's kind of fun to watch him while we're sitting here talking and everything. And but then in addition to that, Tora, this is a reenactment of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. So there's just so many the T-28s, Trojan Flyers. We brought them in for the first time this year, and there's just so many ways that the community steps up to support this air show. And especially Midwest City, because this Tinker Air Force Base was founded as a mission base, and that's what created the city of Midwest City, so that's why they're so supportive and so involved. But it takes hundreds and hundreds of volunteers and thousands of hours to help bring together a show like this, because when you bring on 90, 95, 100,000 people onto your base, there's a lot of coordination to make that happen.
And it has been so special to see how the community has really turned out for this event. How do you quantify success of an air show? What does that look like, and what kind of makes you say, yes, it was a success?
So I would say, first and foremost, safety. And so we wanted a safe show where we could open our gates, we could bring in our community partners that have been so supportive of us here at Tinker Air Force Base. And so it's just an opportunity for us to give back to the community, kind of demonstrate who we are and what we do for our nation here at Tinker. And then, you know, we just want people to have fun. And so we have so many different activities here. Actually, my family was just watching the drill team here about 20 minutes ago. And so I watched them earlier this morning. Absolutely fantastic performance. We got...
I think Craig knew we were on the air. He wanted to give us a little flyby there.
I think Craig was waving at us.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It is always so hard to focus with all that going on.
I was going to say, I love the sound of air power. So, but we got Stem City. We have the military working dogs each day. We have the largest recruiting section that we've ever had at an air show here, so over 19,000 square feet, every single service represented. The amount of VRs that we have over there, so I actually got to fly a F-35 VR going through a canyon and able to engage targets. And so kind of like the Top Gun 2 movie that had come out about a year ago, and we actually have Maverick and Iceman here walking around too, doing pictures, autographs, and so another fan favorite. So
I think what I like seeing, though, especially when we're down on the flight line, is you look on all these kids' faces, because these children, they just flock to the front and they're in awe. And you can see them. They're like taking pictures and videos. And I know that part of the whole purpose of this is creating that next generation in the aerospace, the aviation industry, many of which will be in the private sector, many of which will go into the governmental sector. So it's obviously a very big recruiting effort as well. But it's an educational. That's why we do work so hard. The Tinker empties out a hangar, and we fill it up with STEM activities. We've got about 25 different schools and colleges and universities and private organizations that are providing hands-on activities for the kids, and that's all free. And that's the other thing about this air show. The air show's free to attend, free to park, free to ride the shuttles. I mean,
it's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge. And watching all generations take part, it doesn't matter if you're 3 years old, 5 years old, or if you're in your 60s or 70s, whether it's your first air show or it's your 20th, it's like the looks on the faces are the same regardless. And the pride that everybody feels for this country, for all of our branches of military. I mean, I can't get enough of it. I could come back for day 3, day 4, day 5. It's been spectacular.
Megan, I'm only doing that if you can lower the temperature by about 30 degrees.
I wish. It is a little toasty out here, but we're still having a great time.
I always like to say, if you watch any major sporting event that has a flyover, everybody stops to watch the jets. It doesn't matter how famous you are, what age you are, everybody is watching the jets. So with that in mind, gentlemen, tell me what's in store for 2027 here at Tinker.
Well, like I said, so it actually starts 2 years out, and so our Public Affairs Committee just submitted the request for a headliner, and so we won't find out what we get until the December beforehand at that International Council of Air Shows that I mentioned earlier, and we'll try to recruit as many more air acts as we can, and so we'll keep building upon the success that we had this year, but I can promise you one thing, that it'll be a fun time.
So we turn the page on 2025. We already start working ahead to 2027. Is there anything that either of you would like to say to the community as we kind of round out the last little bit of the 2025 air show? Of course, the Thunderbirds gearing up here in just a little bit.
Well, we know that there's going to be a lot of ways, because they're live streaming it right now, and I'm sure there's going to be lots of videos and photos and things, way you kind of recap it. I don't know, in addition to the people that are here on the flight line, there's another 50, 75,000 people outside the gates watching along 29th Street in Douglas, and lots of rooftop parties, backyard parties, parking lot parties, and so many people are watching this show from a lot of different locations, and so it's an amazing endeavor. There's a lot of sense of pride. I've been doing this air show now since 2006. This is my 8th air show, so it's a wonderful thing.
Congratulations to you both on just such a fantastic, successful, safe weekend here at the Tinker Air Show. We are coming down to the final hour or so of the air show, but there's still more to come. Don't go away. The Tinker Air Show is on now.
Yesterday, we blew the roof off this place. We're going to get another shot at it. We'll give it another go here in just a second. This is a crowd participation project. We need everybody involved, including you guys. right, redemption's in sight. That's what I'm talking about. Way to go, Oklahoma City! You guys down here getting pictures and autographs with Maverick and Iceman, be careful. Their shirts might come off now. Remember, guys, this is a family show. We're going to wave goodbye to Tora as they head back home to Texas and Muskogee.
Welcome back. We're about to close it down. I think we're done, guys.
Not ready to do that.
Not yet.
Yeah, no. We didn't forget. No, we didn't forget anything, right? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Coming.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're done. I'm ready to go home. No? Okay. All right. All right. I guess we still have one more to go. Our headline act, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds, America's ambassadors in blue, are about to start their show here in just a little bit.
Oh my gosh, so excited, so ready. And joining us now to talk all things Thunderbird is their senior enlisted leader, Chief Master Sergeant Ryan Smith. Welcome. We know this is, of course, a really busy time for you all.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Chiefs make up the top 1% of our Air Force. So if you're looking at being the 1% of the 1% of Americans who serve our country, and then throw being the chief of the Thunderbirds on top of that, Chief Smith, like, you're basically the rarest of rare chiefs. So we're so honored that you can make time for us today.
Well, I appreciate that very generous introduction. It's an honor to be a chief, and even more so to be a part of such an elite team and represent the Thunderbirds.
So you're responsible for all the enlisted members on the team. What does that mean for your daily life, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so as a senior enlisted leader, my main role is to advise boss, our commander, on all enlisted matters. I focus on readiness, training, professional career development, and as well as just overall morale and welfare of the team.
Yeah, Chief, the jets are getting ready here soon to take off, and I know that's an all-day endeavor that people don't really see all the behind the scenes. They actually got to see it as part of the Netflix documentary that just came out. Obviously, put some hype behind the team and really highlighted a lot of the things that the public don't see every day. But what's a general day in the life like on the road for the Thunderbirds?
Yeah, so it depends on what the day is, but we'll just say, like, here we arrived on Thursday, and the work never really stops. So when our cargo plane arrives, we call it the Star, from the Star Lifter back in the day. But the team arrives, we have a huddle, and we'll start discussing the local area and the do's and don'ts of whatever location we're at. And then your maintenance team, normally our swing shift maintenance team, is going out to the aircraft that just landed, and they start preparing them for the next day, because we're already going to start practice on the next day on Friday. They will do that. Our public affairs team will start setting up any interactions we're having in the public, which is one of our favorite parts of the job, is to try and inspire the next generation. And then we also have some behind-the-scenes comm personnel getting our comm trailer ready for the next day, and we have a whole cyber team that's getting the debrief room set up as well. So there's always something going on, and then it just rolls us into the next day where we continue to work on the aircraft, get them ready for however many practices we may have.
Tell us, you were obviously not born a chief or born a Thunderbird. So what was your kind of role in the Air Force before you came to the team?
Yeah, so I joined the Air Force in 2002. So funny story is that in 2001, I swore in at the Cleveland Air Show by none other than the Thunderbirds.
That's so cool.
So yeah, I was a young high school student at that time, but I joined the Air Force in 2002, and I followed in my brother's footsteps. My brother was already in the Air Force. He kind of paved the way for me. Shout out to him. He's also a chief.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and then I joined, and I'm F-16 avionics by trade, so I've been working on these aircraft since 2002.
So Dan, ask your question then.
No, I was just going to say, what a full circle moment. I'm still way back at 2001 Cleveland Air Show. Like, that's so just super cool. I mean, because in 2001, you're not thinking about joining the Thunderbirds.
No, it never even crossed my mind. At that time, I don't even think I knew what my career in the Air Force was going to be yet. But the opportunity came in to start being an aircraft mechanic, and I've loved it ever since. It's been a great 23 years so far.
I'm joking with Dan because usually he's asking people what their favorite jet is or what their favorite aircraft is, and so I'm thinking yours has to be the F-16.
You betcha, especially the red, white, and blue ones. For sure.
I'm sure a lot of folks at home are wondering, do you ever get used to the way the public reacts to the Thunderbirds?
It never gets old, right?
And I know that's how we feel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, the sneak passes, that all the noise, and but really just any of the maneuvers where the people are just in awe, have an opportunity to take a picture of the aircraft. But really, those red, white, and blue jets, yeah, they represent the Air Force's team, but really, we hope that they represent America as a whole, and that's what they're enjoying.
And when they're up in the air, what is going through their mind? What is kind of their their mind space, if you will, of just how they're feeling, what they're doing. They have a big job to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those pilots, every pilot that qualifies for the Thunderbirds has at least 750 combat hours, hours in a fighter aircraft. And they're all instructor pilots in the normal Air Force first before they can qualify for Thunderbirds. So they're all extremely skilled, but this is just a different type of flying. Demonstration flying is very different. If you talk to them, they'll let you know that a lot of times the biggest adjustment is turning off their survival instinct, because it's not very often you fly 18 inches away from another aircraft, right? So that is a huge adjustment for them. But once they are able to figure that out, and lots of training, we go through. As soon as the show season ends, we're swapping out 3 pilots in demonstration, and training begins immediately. So it's a lot of flying and a lot of trust. If you've heard, our motto on the team is blind trust. So it's a lot of trust in one another as teammates that allows us to do this demonstration.
Yeah, so I was curious too, like, I know you kind of, when you apply to be with the Thunderbirds, there's kind of an eyes wide open approach to it, like you probably did a little bit of research, but I'm curious about the after you get selected and then you begin and join the team. Is there something that you were like an aha moment, like after the selection part, when you're actually here with the Thunderbirds? What was maybe your aha moment?
You know, it's every day, Dan. Our facility back in Ellis Air Force Base, it's the oldest hangar on that base, built about 1956. But we take a lot of pride in that hangar. So it starts there with our members when they first become a member of the Thunderbirds. And we have a program called Patch. It's our Patch program. And it's a program where they go through and they actually have to earn this patch before they can wear the uniform. But it's learning our history, learning everything about the Thunderbirds, what it takes to be a Thunderbird, and then they earn that patch. And then, but every day, boss reminds us, like, we should be earning this patch every day for all the members that wore it. There's about 2,600 people ever that have been a Thunderbird in the United States Air Force. So we're always here to represent them since 1953. The aha moment is every day. Hearing that roar, watching them fly, it never gets old.
It really is a fraternity. It's a brotherhood. It's a sisterhood. And I can tell you, having known Thunderbirds past and present, I know Thunderbirds that still play on fantasy football teams 10 and 15 years later after they were off the team. So you truly just stay a team from then on out. Tell us about that patch, and tell us about, trying to walk through an air show with that uniform on. How easy is that?
It's easy. We get stopped a lot for pictures and autographs. Love it. I welcome it more. I would love to share our story as much as we can. And with any story, any air show that we perform, if we can inspire one person to reach their dreams, try to be a part of something bigger than themselves, then we've accomplished our mission.
Yeah, talk a little bit about the Thunderbirds and their role as a recruitment effort, if you will, for the military, inspiring the next generation of potential Air Force pilots.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was actually a prior recruiter as well in the Air Force, and I talked about back in 2002, like, at being at an air show and seeing what it is, you see something that, like, I might want to be that, right? But a part of this job, when we go out into the public, and we usually on Fridays we go to school visits, whether it's colleges, high schools, middle schools, and again we just try to share our story. It's not always about recruiting; it's a big aspect of it. But to that point, if we can get that glimmer of hope, that little bit of inspiration, we're always here to share a story. There's a lot of benefits that go on in the Air Force. It's not just about the Thunderbird. There's all kinds of career fields throughout the Air Force, and it's a great opportunity for someone that's looking for something to do, something bigger.
Something to be a part of.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about how the team is really a small microcosm of the Air Force as a whole. So, yeah, you have the fighter pilots. Yeah, they're the ones that we see do the show, and it's really cool. But you also have, is it 130 different career fields that are represented within the team? Tell us a little bit about the makeup of the team.
Yeah, so we have approximately 130 members, about 31 different career
There we
fields.
go.
Yeah, so
Thank you, Chief. You got my back.
Oh, it's all good. So on the officer side, 1 through 8 are all pilots. Number 9 is our flight surgeon. So we have a doctor there. On the enlisted side, we also have an IDMT, individual medical tech as well, helping out the flight surgeon. Number 10, she's our executive officer. So she's more on the personnel side. Then on the enlisted side, we also have personnelists as well. Training manager, we have a resource advisor, finances. And then number 11, our maintenance team.
So she's our maintenance officer. Maintenance team, all kinds of career fields, from sheet metal to avionics, E&E, electrical, environmental, egress system, fuels. I'm missing out some. There's a lot of career fields.
We love you all.
Yeah,
we love you all.
Absolutely. Then number 12, our public affairs. We have a recruiter on team. Then we also have one Charlie. It's Air Force or airspace like resource advisors. So they're keeping up with all the pilots training. We have comm. We have people that work on our computers, cyber, all kinds of career fields. Sorry, team, if I missed one out.
Oh, you're getting it. You're getting it later on this today, Chief.
So we've got, folks that are gathering here. I don't know if everyone on the live stream can hear this or not, but the engines have been turned on. The ground ops are ongoing right now. Talk a little bit about what happens before the Thunderbirds go up.
Yeah, sure. So right now, every aircraft 1 through 6, they're getting started up. They're talking to their crew chiefs, and they're going through a bunch of different system checks, whether it's radios, flight controls. They're checking their brakes, and the crew chiefs are walking around the aircraft looking for any fuel leaks or hydraulic leaks that might be a problem. So they could address them right now on the spot, or if one of the aircraft is not deemed flyable, we actually have 2 spare aircraft in our leopard land, and that's what we call it. And then we have a maintenance team over there ready to swap out a pilot if necessary and put them in a new aircraft.
I want to talk, and I want to give love to the maintenance and the maintainers as well, because we can actually flip these aircraft. Is it in 72 hours and make them combat ready?
Yeah, so in about 72 hours, we can make them combat capable again. Probably minus the paint scheme, but they still be combat capable. So we have what you'll see in the sky when the smoke is coming out the back, we have a 51-gallon smoke drum that is actually in place of the gun drum. So the gun is removed out of the aircraft. We put a smoke drum in there, and we have an oil drum, and we have about 7 gallons worth of piping that goes to the back of the aircraft as well. Then some other components that are removed out of the aircraft that aren't needed for our flights, but we can install them again and make them combat capable about 72 hours.
Yeah, so if for some reason we need these F-16s back in the fleet, we can just make that happen, and that's through the power, really, of our amazing maintainers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we know it's almost time for showtime, so we definitely appreciate you stopping by. Do you have a favorite memory, trip on the road or anything like that so far from your time?
It's Tinker, Dan. Of course it's Tinker. It's this weekend, right?
It's being here with us right now.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
They took the word.
They answered for you.
We slipped in $5 to.
Okay, so besides right now, Chief,
thank you.
What would be your favorite memory?
It's tough to pick a favorite. I'll tell you this is actually my second time with the Thunderbirds. I'm a lucky one.
What?
I was previously with the team, 26 or 18. I was here at the last time the Thunderbirds were here in 2017. But if I were to pick a favorite, I'm going to have to go my hometown, Cleveland, over the lake.
All right.
Or because it's a hometown. Every show is great. Tinker has been an amazing show. Absolutely loved. We love being here.
See, we keep it real on this show.
Here we go.
So what was that like going back to Cleveland and doing the Cleveland Air Show where you actually enlisted at that full circle moment? My goodness.
Yeah, it was a great feeling. It was absolutely amazing being able to bring my family there and seeing it from a different aspect. And then we're actually heading there again this Labor Day, so get to do it one more time.
Very cool. Oh my gosh. And there they go.
6 are taxiing.
I think that's our cue, Caitlin.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to watch America's Ambassadors in Blue. Take it away.
We are the warriors of the 21st century, a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit of excellence, an everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism of all airmen of the United States Air Force. Since 1953, we have demonstrated.
All right, OKC, let me hear you get loud for the Thunderbirds. All right, you can do better than that. Let me hear you get loud for the Thunderbirds. Woo! I'm Major Brandon Maxson, Thunderbird 8, the team advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. Yeah, it's great to be here at Tinker Air Force Base, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of the teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force, active duty, Guard, and Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they're ready, they'll take to the skies. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up.
Ready for takeoff, runway 36.
Boss, runway 36, winds 220 at 12. You are cleared for takeoff. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1, cleared for takeoff, runway 36. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Stand by, smoke. Smoke ready now. Smoke up ready now. One's on the roll.
stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, led by Colonel Nathan Malafa and known to all the world as the Thunderbirds! Woo! In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds. And in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5 and 6, as they open with the ever-inspiring crossover break. Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass in Review. Now watch from your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Rob Kanaga as a slot pilot. Now look back to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Row. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass in review. Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. And now from your left, watch as our lead solo maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Major Scholl will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Colonel Nathan Malafa calls for the 4 diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation. From your right, Major Downey. From your left, Major Scholl. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass.
Come back to the business of running the town now. Walk down with a mission, I'm stopping the crowd like. No slacking, I get up the fist of the sound bite. I'm the one like a Neo, a hero is born. Don't play with the crown right. Game on, say it louder to the name known. Game on, be careful now you in the danger zone. Game on, light up the world and turn the flame on. Everybody with me, bring the name home in the same tone, tell them game on.
Approaching from ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond.
Follow the leader, I know where to go. They model the beast, I put on the show. Can't beat me or draw me, I'm already cold. I'm awoke, I'm a pull.
Our two solo pilots, Simmer and Rogue, have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross that show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 is approaching an upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, look back to your right. It's the Diamond. Gear down, flaps down. Above them in hot pursuit, look for smoke. That's Major Downey closing in on the Diamond at over 500 miles per hour. Watch as he maneuvers his F-16 to intercept and overtake the Diamond directly in front of you. The maneuvers you're watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude. They require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ, whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. Major Jeff Downey, Thunderbird 5, with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Now, from the right, find Major Scholl. Low and slow. Watch as Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 5-card loop. Now, from your left, Major Scholl will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as she climbs 3 miles straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass, a sideways heart, to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Now watch as Major Scholl, Thunderbird 6, demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn, followed by a half Cuban 8. as our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation. We would like to take a moment to honor a local fallen warrior, Airman First Class Lakeisha Richardson Levy, a medical lab technician assigned to the 72nd Medical Group at Tinker Air Force Base. Passed away April 19th, 1995, when she was at the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building during the Oklahoma City bombing. A1C Richardson Levy was obtaining a Social Security card when a bomb exploded, tragically killing her and 167 other people. She paid the ultimate price, and we fly today in honor of Lakeisha and all those who lost their lives 30 years ago in the OKC bombing. Colonel Malafa will now reposition the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet.
Ain't nobody in my lane. Me and you, we ain't even playing the same game. Take my own credit, no need to drop names. Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody. More flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about them when I got them this stress. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, this time fit in best. As yes, that I am the express. Going so strict, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, but I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I've had a captive to the liver. I am a leader, resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ops in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect my light, can't be denied. Come correct.
As the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the world. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized. And we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about them when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, this time fit in best.
Now, from your right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the Delta 360. as the Delta repositions for the Delta Burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before, wherever they go after their times on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally, representing their brothers and sisters in arms who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst. Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross that show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with the knife edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
On the line. Gotcha, 5. Follow, steady, hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you are about to see. Look to your left as a diamond approaches for the high bomb burst. As your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and to surround themselves with excellence. As our F-16s come to land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line at Show Center near our communications trailer, Judy. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com.
America's ambassadors in blue, the Thunderbirds, hitting the deck here in Oklahoma. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin, Megan Gold. Chief, you're back. I love it. Colonel Harris, he's back, the commander of the 72nd Air Base Wing. Gentlemen, great weekend, huh?
Hey, absolutely was. And I'll tell you, I was deployed last year to the Middle East, and I always called whenever I'd go on deployment, it's my American Appreciation Tour, because you truly never understand what it means to leave this country. But I did it last year, wearing this uniform, and served for 365 days during the Gaza conflict as well. And I'll tell you, the word that comes back to me after spending this time watching what's transpired over this weekend is pride. Pride in our country, and also I know that this is reaching a national audience. I want to say thank you to everybody watching. Those of us in uniform, the reason why we do what we do is to serve this great country. And when you see the Thunderbirds that are flying today, and just the thunder that they bring as they cross the skies, it's a reminder to all of us as Americans just what a great country we live in, and just that we have the greatest military in the world. And Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force, we all operate as one overseas. But I'll tell you, we are so happy when we come back to the US of A. And I'll tell you, to have this as a capstone for the great state of Oklahoma, I'll tell you, this is just the one word I would say is pride. So thank you for having us. Thank you for all of you that are watching nationwide. Thank you for all of us wearing this uniform, that we could not do what we do, but we do it because of you. Thank you.
I mean, I'm ready to re-enlist right now. Let's do it.
I did want to take a moment. This is Senior Master Sergeant Caitlin Jones-Martin, final broadcast as an active duty service member. Caitlin, I'm choked up, but thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Colonel Harris. Thank you, Chief. Please thank the men and women of the 72nd Air Base Wing for just an amazing show. I know the logistics lift, the volunteers. Me and Dan always talk about it every air show we go to. The guys out there that are checking bags, checking IDs, the medics walking up and down this tarmac all day. Absolutely incredible participation from everybody in the 72nd. So kudos to you. Please pass along our thanks.
Thank you so much. There was thousands of volunteers only on this base, but also the local community, and that speaks to Midwest City, Oklahoma City, and Dell City, how we were able to come together. 2 years of planning and put this show in action. And as you can see, it was flawless. Saturday and Sunday, crowds are departing, but a lot of happy kids seeing Thunderbirds and meeting Tink. And just enjoying everything we had. So just A-plus effort all around. We'll make sure we get it out to everybody. Thank you so much.
Yep. And speaking of Midwest City and Oklahoma City, we got to send Megan Gold back out into the real world tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. we'll be live on News 9.
That's going to come quick, Megan.
It is. So bear with me tomorrow morning if you're watching. A lot of caffeine. Hopefully get a good night's sleep tonight. But I'll tell you, so proud to work at News 9, a locally owned and operated news station that puts so much pride into carrying this broadcast to all of our viewers at home. And I'm just so proud to be in Oklahoma and so proud to work at News 9 and so proud to be in the United States.
Thank you so much for an amazing weekend.
The Thunderbirds taxiing in the final time. Tink is with us. I mean, it's been a great weekend here in Oklahoma City. That's going to wrap up our coverage for Chief Colonel Harris, my partners Megan Gold, and Senior Master Sergeant Caitlin Jones-Martin, and our entire second audio visual squad and crew. I'm Dan Hawkins. So long from Oklahoma City.